Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Whenever the college football season starts, I always tell everybody enjoy it, soak every single game in because it's going to be over before you know it. And that's exactly what happened this year. It goes by really, really fast every single year. And you gotta enjoy it while it's here. But what we like to do is we like to kick off the college football season with a spectacular, and then we like to do a finale, and that's what today's show is going to be. It's going to be the finale of the regular season. Of course, we still have bowls and the playoffs and the national championship, so there is still some college football left to be played. Okay, so there's the bright spot, but the regular season is over, and even the conference championships they are over as well. So let's talk about what happened this regular season and get some thoughts on what might happen during the bowl season and the playoffs. So today is going to be a 5-hour live show, and we're going to break this down conference by conference. We're going to start off with the SEC, and my first guest, I consider him a friend, Tiger Baskins. What's going on, buddy?
What's up, man? How are you doing?
Doing great, man. I can't complain. Well, I can complain because something something happened today. So I've been planning this live show for a while, right? And
Yes.
my laptop, the charging port decided to mess up, so that's being fixed. So I had to figure out how to do this live show because my phone, the USB port is all jacked up, so I can't plug any mic into it. So I was down to my like third, fourth options. I had to go over to my parents' house. I get accused all the time of doing my show out of my parents' basement, which is false. But today, that's a true statement. I am in the basement of my parents' house doing this live show. And on top of that, I forgot my camera. So I'm having to use my brother's camera on the laptop. So it's been a hectic start to the show, but we got started on time, and that's the most important thing. How's your day going, buddy?
My day's good. It's my nephew's birthday today, so we're having a big party. But I told him, hey, look, I have important business to do. So they were like, all right, understood. And this is the important business. So this comes first, right?
Well, you tell him that Golden Blue Dude said happy birthday, and we
I will,
appreciate you taking the time out to talk with us today.
for sure.
So first of all, before we do anything else, tell everybody what you do and where they can find you.
Yeah, of course, my name's Tiger Baskins. The whole long story short behind that name, it started out as a gaming channel, and then quickly I didn't know how to do YouTube. I didn't know how to YouTube at all. So then I started doing, just shorts and like sports highlights, and then that blew up, and then I learned how to do YouTube, and so it just became a sports channel. But I'm a huge Georgia fan. I do a lot of different videos on just college football or NBA stuff like that, but just a normal sports channel from just another YouTuber. I guess that's the way to present it.
Gotcha, gotcha. How close to you are you to 1,000 subscribers, or are you there yet?
We are at 1,050. So
Nice, dude, dude. That's a
yeah,
milestone, man. That is a milestone. A lot of people don't realize. Hey, I know that's not like a ton of subscribers, but if you look at the percentages, man, you've beaten the odds. Getting to a
yeah,
thousand is officially beating the odds. So congratulations. I consider that a big success,
appreciate
and you
that.
did it in a relatively short amount of time. So
Yeah, a
congratulations on
year.
that, buddy.
Yeah, 1,000 in a year. So that's good. But either way, I'm still aspiring to be, at your level, right? So I'm trying to I'm gonna try to be on my way. I
Well,
got some
and
some
that's
things I
that's
got coming
weird for
up.
people to say because I'm like my level like it just I g- to me it's just like I'm just the product of time and not giving up. That's it.
Yeah,
If I can do it, anybody can do it. I'm just a West Virginia fan that well, I talk a lot of nonsense. Everybody knows that. That's my game. But I try to entertain people, and that's what we try to do.
well, I think the most surprising thing is that you're a West Virginia fan.
Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah,
am.
that's
Hey, people don't realize when you're a West Virginia fan, you are behind the eight ball. They see that going to blue. Oh, West Virginia fan, he don't know nothing. So you have
yeah.
to convince them that you know a little bit of something and that you can be entertaining at the same time. So I have to win over everybody on a daily basis, and I'm very, very blessed and very, very grateful for all the support that's come my way.
Yeah.
So the way we're going to do this live show is this is going to be segment by segment, conference by conference.
Okay.
We're going to have some more guests on. 1 p.m. is going to be the Big Ten with Mark Rogers and One Scoop John. 2 p.m. is going to be Craig Smoke and Paul Catalina with the Big 12. 3 p.m. I know we have Pigskin Pete. Not sure about Coach Coop. He has a big time schedule, but he might be able to pop in. That'll be the ACC. I think Jordan Bowman will be popping on for that as well. And then finally, to wrap things up at 4 p.m., we'll have Tim Prangley for the Pac-12. So I think this is going to be a pretty good show.
Good. That sounds like a good show. I'm moving to a different location just in case things kind of go crazy and you can't hear me. So,
No
yeah.
problem, man. Hey, this is a live show. Things happen, and you just got to adapt and go with the flow. So this first segment is going to be about the SEC. And, I'm not trash talking the SEC. I still think that the SEC is the best conference in the nation. I mean, they have the most playoff appearances, the most national championships during the modern era. But I will say this year, I do think that the SEC is a tad weaker than what it usually is. And I think that's the SEC West fault. What do you?
Yeah.
What happened with the SEC West? Why did Alabama take? See, I thought Alabama was on that year where everything was going to come together. Their defense was supposed to be much better. They had a lot of leadership on the offensive side of the ball. I know their schedule was a little bit tough, but Alabama being Alabama, that doesn't really matter. So you have a 3-loss LSU come out of the SEC West. What happened to the SEC West this year?
I do think Alabama taking a step back gives off that persona, that the SEC is doing, being weaker. But I guess the part to me that I have to kind of swap out for Alabama's weakness, no offense to Alabama, but and we can talk about that in a bit. Yeah. South Carolina beating 2 ranked teams, well, not just ranked, highly ranked teams back to back. And then you've got Tennessee, who kind of picked up the slack in that as well. Even though they didn't have like elite years, they didn't make it to the playoffs. Tennessee had an elite year to be Tennessee, and South Carolina had an elite year to be South Carolina. So
it's like the SEC East kind of made up for the SEC West. Now, I know I went a little crazy. I predicted that South Carolina was going to upset Georgia. Obviously, that didn't happen. Georgia smoked them, but I had a feeling that South Carolina was going to be a much better team. I predicted them to go 9-3 with the possibility of having a 10-win season. I was only 1 win/1 loss off and a $150 because I made a bet that South Carolina would get to 8 games. Now, with 2 games left, honestly, that shouldn't have happened. South Carolina should not have whooped Tennessee at home, and they should not have went on the road and beat Clemson. But it happened. So that didn't really surprise me that much. The way it happened surprised me, but the fact that South Carolina was a better team this year, that didn't surprise me. I think the biggest surprise was what I talked about earlier, the SEC West. I think Ole Miss was overhyped the entire year because their schedule started off soft, and they ended up with 4 losses there towards the end, and they're not even ranked to finish the year. I think LSU got overblown because they beat Alabama. When they beat Alabama, people went crazy about LSU. I'm like, guys, Alabama, they're not a terrible team, but they have definitely taken a step back this year. Beating Alabama this year isn't the same as, some other years. They're just not that good. Not bad, but not Alabama elite.
I do have to give it to LSU, and the reason why I say that, it's not knocking Bama, but for Brian Kelly to be in his first year, I thought that was impressive. Like, the West may be down, but everybody has the same chance, to make it. And you got people that have been at schools for multiple years, and they still, now, did LSU have a crap load of talent on that roster that Brian Kelly could play with? Yes. But, still, just shout out to Brian Kelly for starting off that season, terrible. And, a lot of lack of focus and, players thinking about transferring. And then all of a sudden he brings it together to just turn LSU back around a little bit. I think after the whole championship season, I think everybody was kind of surprised at how much they dropped off. So
Now,
yeah,
would you agree with this statement? And whenever I say this, try not to think about the names. Try to think about what actually happened during the regular season, okay? Would you agree with this statement? Vanderbilt looked better than Texas A&M and Auburn.
I think at certain points for sure, because Vanderbilt, I mean, surprised everybody. I mean, Vanderbilt, that first game, what was it, first or second game of the season? They put up like 56 points on, was it Hawaii?
Yeah, that was
Somebody,
the first game of the year.
yeah,
And
and it was
Hawaii
like,
went into that game talking mad trash because it was a road game for Vanderbilt. Oh, Vanderbilt doesn't know what they're walking into. They knew exactly what they were walking into, and they stomped you like a little mud hole.
and it is that coach's second year there, so give him props for getting the team together. But then it's also Vanderbilt, so even though it is his
That's
second
true.
year, Vanderbilt, like that's great for a great season for Vanderbilt. How many wins do they have this season?
They were either, let me check that real quick.
Once
Right when you were saying that, I was trying to they're either 5-7 or 6-6. I'm not sure if they got to a bowl. I
I don't
don't
think they
think
got
they
to
did.
a
I think
bowl,
they fell just short.
but still, that's like I said,
Five and
that's all.
seven was way more than anybody thought that Vanderbilt was going to do. I'm
Yeah,
not going to lie about that.
and Vanderbilt
Yeah,
is.
let me check the standings real quick. I do think that they still finished dead last, but again, as many wins as they had, they shouldn't have. It didn't make any sense this year. All right, stupid fun. There we go. Stupid phone was not complying. Now it is.
Gotcha.
People don't realize during live shows you can't edit things out until after you're done with the live show. All right, so the SEC, yeah, they still finished dead last at 5-7, but still one game away from getting to a bowl. That's pretty good for Vanderbilt. And you look at Auburn and Texas A&M; both of those teams also finished 5-7.
Yeah.
So I would say Vanderbilt overperformed, and Texas A&M and Auburn underperformed. And Auburn, they fired their head coaches. What's Texas A&M going to do with Jimbo Fisher? I know that's a lot of money, but man, he is doing the same exact thing that he did to Florida State. He is recruiting at a high level, but it just does not translate onto the field. I know he won that national championship at Florida State,
Yeah.
but besides that, he's done absolutely nothing. They get elite recruiting class after elite recruiting class after elite recruiting class, and they're the 8-4 school. But this year, they don't even get to a bowl. What does Texas A&M need to cut the cord? Is it over?
The thing that Texas A&M is going to have to deal with if they don't cut the cord, Jimbo Fisher is not good at building culture. That's the one thing that people have been able to see. When he was at Florida State, they already had their culture. They already had their brand. He used it.
Right.
And then to see it deplete, to see it go downhill, it was like, how does Florida State go downhill? That's crazy. Also, no, you left them. Good. That's fine. Whatever you want to say. You left them, you get to Texas A&M, same thing. And now
Yeah.
Texas A&M did not have the culture that Florida State had, so you're seeing it happen at a much quicker rate. Even with all the high recruits, even with all the money, all of that does not mask the fact that Jimbo cannot build a culture. He cannot set a standard, and that's a problem. That's a huge. You can be an X's and O's guy, but if you can't be a head coach, if you can't build all the little things, then you're probably going to do what Texas A&M is doing right now. Like
Yeah,
that.
and he did an interview where they asked him, what about other jobs? Are you happy here? Whatever. And he talked about West Virginia. He's like, never say never. Home is home. I like it here, but home is always going to be home. I was thinking, no. West Virginia does not want Jimbo Fisher. He is a terrible head coach. And a lot of our fans are like, but he recruits at a high level. Blah. I'm like, that's fine, but he doesn't know how to win football games. So I do not want Jimbo Fisher. I think that would be a terrible, terrible move. And I think Texas A&M, it's time for them to move on, because if they don't move on sooner rather than later, things are going to get worse. It's not like, all right, this is a bad year. Let's cross our fingers. Look at the progression of Texas A&M. It's down. It's not roller coaster. It's down. And he did the same thing at Florida State when he left Florida State. The longer you keep Jimbo Fisher, the worse your program is going to be whenever you finally do cut the cord. It is better to cut the cord sooner rather than later. And here's the crazy thing. If you look at his coaching record at Texas A&M and you look at Kevin Sumlin's record at Texas A&M at the same exact point in time, Kevin Sumlin actually has a better record than Jimbo Fisher, and yet they fired him and hired Jimbo and threw crazy amounts of money at Jimbo Fisher. Could you imagine what they're thinking right now? This wasn't just a lateral move. This was a backwards move.
Well, and the fact that Sumlin had lesser recruits. He had less talented recruits and still.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think they'll give him another year before they're like, okay, like they'll put him on the hot seat. I know right now it's terrible, but he's going to use the excuse, like, because, he's a car salesman. He's going to use the excuse. Yeah. Guys, look, a lot of these guys are freshmen and redshirt freshmen. You can't expect them to produce right away. If you want, I could sell you this $8,000 car for $3,500 with 2 small payments of like I could see him. I could see him doing that and getting away with it. And like you said, you invested so much money in him. What are you going to do? Turn around and fire him, pay him his buyout, and then pay another coach $40 million? Like it. I just know that team has a whole lot of talent, the way that LSU has a lot of talent. But Brian Kelly in his first year is already proving that he is a better head coach than Jimbo. So yeah, that's
I agree with all that, man. I agree with all that. So did you watch the Heisman Trophy ceremony last night?
I did not. I was on a show with Fishing last night. So
I got you.
Yeah.
So it's official. Lincoln Riley has coached his 3rd Heisman Trophy winner, and the 4th, Jalen Hurts, came in 2nd. So are we looking at a natural quarterback whisperer in Lincoln Riley?
Do you think that and I asked this question, do you think that they give bias to Lincoln Riley just because of that? Do you think that?
That's a good question.
And I say that because, like last night, did he have great numbers? Yes. Like all of those guys have great numbers. He's the only guy that's not going to the playoffs. So it's like when you say Heisman, and I get it, Lamar Jackson, they wouldn't go to the playoffs. They weren't a top 4 team. But I feel Heisman is more than just stats. It seems to be something where it's a player that, he has good stats, but he's got good character. He's got, he's got an infectious attitude. He's a leader. And it's like, those are the things I'm not hearing about Caleb Williams. And I may be wrong. Right. I may be absolutely wrong. But it just seems to every place I turn, everybody's like, oh, he's a butthole. Like he's got a terrible attitude. He's blah, blah, blah. And it's like, now I don't know who should have won it, but I'm just saying.
Right. For me, it was down between Caleb Williams and Stetson Bennett. Those were my 2 highest. I thought that Hendon Hooker should have been in over CJ Stroud, but that's a different argument for a different day. But I would have been okay with either Caleb Williams or Stetson Bennett. I do think that those 2 were the best football players in the entire nation. And I think even you look at the Pac-12 championship with a hurt Caleb Williams, USC was not the same team. And as injured as he was, he still made some great plays. So I'm okay with Caleb Williams winning the Heisman Trophy, but Stetson Bennett was right there with him. And I think Stetson Bennett, just by getting to New York, has already proved everybody wrong about him. I mean, we thought that Kirby was crazy keeping Stetson the starter once JT Daniels was back from injury. I mean, I remember the Georgia fan base was all over Kirby Smart. What are you thinking? You always put in the guy you're loyal to, not the best quarterback. But it looks like this guy was a product of time. He's just got better and better and better. He believed in himself. I watched the Heisman Trophy ceremony last night, and that's one thing he said. He's like, I always bet on myself. I always believe on myself. So he has tremendous confidence without being cocky. So
yeah,
even though he didn't win the trophy, I think he's already proved everybody wrong.
I do, and a lot of people will joke and be like, well, what if Stetson found a way to come back? Man, I know that'd make Georgia fans really unhappy. And it's like, Oh yeah, going to the college football playoff 2 years in a row with a chance to win back to back, and yeah, that would make us really unhappy. Like the thing that makes, I guess I'm not speaking for all Georgia fans, but the thing that I guess gets to me is whenever everybody was calling for Stetson's head last year, it was because it's not that Stetson isn't a good quarterback, but Stetson got to play through his mistakes when other quarterbacks didn't.
Right. Exactly.
And that's
But
the
he
part.
learned he learned from those mistakes too.
He did, but it's like when he gets to make, and we hear it all the time in high school, where kids are like, well, so and so son can go out there and make 30 mistakes and he never comes out the game. My son goes out there and makes one mistake, he gets pulled out. Like that's what we
Right.
see. And that's where the favoritism, all that started, the questions started to come up, and the Justin Fields situation, the JT Daniels. Like, I remember JT coming in his first game against Mississippi State, he threw for 300 something yards. And I'm like, so is that what a quarterback looks like? Like, dude,
Exactly.
downfield bombs just every left and right. And I'm like, okay. But I know that Kirby doesn't like that. He likes the manager type. He doesn't want you throwing downfield all the time. So
Right.
he likes the complementary football. He likes the quarterback that can manage the clock, keep his offense on the field, keep his defense off, and and I get that. I just that's my defense is it's not that Stetson's terrible. It's just we were all kind of disappointed that he got to play through mistakes when other quarterbacks didn't.
Right. I think that's one thing that Georgia fans have had to learn to accept about Kirby Smart is he's not always going to put in the best quarterback. He's going to put in the quarterback that fits what he wants to do as
Yeah.
far as the way he manages the game. And you can't really argue with the results. I mean, he got you to the national championship several years ago, won, second and 26 away from winning it there. And then you won it last year. You're going back this year with a pretty good shot of winning it. So whatever he's doing over there, the plan he has in place, the way he runs that football program, it works. And maybe coaches need to start paying attention to, the way he's doing it. It's not always about having the best quarterback. You got to have the best overall system. And it looks like Kirby Smart has one of, if not the best system in place at Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's very true. I mean, first time in SEC history that a team has had the first and second string tight end from the same team on the all SEC team. So, and that's in
Right.
Brock Bowers and Darnell. So, I mean, it's like you look all over the board, you see that we've got three All-American on the freshman All-American list. So to have a defense that's supposed to be really good, to have a championship team, and to have three players that are on that team that all make the freshman All-American team, it just goes to show it's not it's so balanced, it's so well spread out. There's not a drop off. It's not like
Right.
Bama saying, "Oh, hey, this is our rebuilding year," and then this year, it's our second rebuilding year in a row. Like you can't. That's not happening. That's not happening. So
Well,
I
and
don't.
look at the overall picture of the SEC as well. You have Kirby Smart at Georgia. You have Josh Heupel at Tennessee. You have Shane Beamer at South Carolina. You have Mark Stoops at Kentucky. Now you have Hugh Freeze at Auburn. You have Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. You have Nick Saban at Alabama. The SEC is loaded with some great coaches. You notice I didn't say Jimbo Fisher. He's not a great coach, so I'm not putting him in that category. But the SEC is loaded with a lot of good coaches. I think Missouri, if I'm not mistaken, Missouri is on either their first year in a new coach, or aren't they in some sort of transition? Missouri, didn't they get rid of their old coach and brought in a new one?
I think this might be a second year, but they made
Second
a
year,
bowl.
okay.
So I was
Right,
proud.
exactly, 6-6, and Missouri, they looked bad at times, but if you look at what they did overall throughout the season, I mean, they scared Georgia. They beat they whooped South Carolina. That didn't make any sense. So they were a competitive football team. I think Missouri is going to be on the up and up in the next few years. So overall, I'm looking at the SEC East, and we might be looking at the changing of the guard as far as, well, it depends on if the SEC keeps divisions or not. This is strictly talking about if they keep divisions. If that's the case, then we could be looking at the changing of the guard as far as the East starting to be better than the West. I mean, for the past decade or so, it's always been the SEC West And whoever wins the East, that's who we'll beat up on for the SEC championship. Now the thing, is kind of switched around. How does that make you feel to see the SEC East start to be the better division over the SEC West?
I mean, I guess for this year, it's all right, but it's one of those things. Do I think it's sustainable? That's tough.
Right. Right.
Is Tennessee going to have the same kind of year next year? Is South Carolina going to be great next year? Is Florida
I
going to
think
be
it
a lot
is because of the coaches that I mentioned: Kirby at Georgia, Shane Beamer at South Carolina, and Josh Heupel at Tennessee. Now Florida, who knows? Who knows? But if those three stay solid, then the SEC East is going to be looking pretty good for a while. But on the other side of the coin, you have Nick Saban, Hugh Freeze, and Brian Kelly. So it's going to be those three elite coaches versus the other three elite coaches to determine, which direction the SEC is going to go in. How would you feel? Because there's been talk, and I'm not sure if it's a done deal, but it's leaning in the direction of the SEC doing away with divisions. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it is what it is. I'm not one of these guys that's so big on, history or tradition. Like, would I like to keep playing Florida every year as a rivalry? Of course, I love that. But it's like, it's college football. I would love to see Georgia play at Florida State. I would love to see Georgia play at Oklahoma or at Ohio State. Like, give me games that look great. I want to see the pretty game. Like,
Right.
I don't care about playing at Vanderbilt. I don't care about playing. You know what I mean? Like,
I got
like
you, man.
That's my opinion on it.
Well, and I actually think it's really good for the SEC because the biggest thing that I don't like about conference championships, and we just saw it in the SEC, is sometimes you get the winner of one division who has 3 or 4 losses up against, an undefeated winner from the other division, where if you get rid of divisions, it's just the best team versus the second best team. We could have been looking at a Georgia Tennessee rematch. Just a better matchup. I think getting rid of divisions should have been done a long time ago because whoever came up with that rule, if you have 12 members in order to have a conference championship, you must have divisions. Why? Why was that rule put in place? That rule makes no sense. So it's just like somebody said, that's the way it's got to be. So that's the way it's got to be. I think people are starting to see past that and starting to understand that rule made no sense. Let's let all these conferences do away with divisions and let the 2 best teams out of the conference play for the conference championship. I mean, isn't that the way it's supposed to be? The 2 best teams playing for the conference championship?
Agree completely, dude. No, I agree 1,000%. But that's the way it, I'm glad things are changing, but you got to think what Jeremy Pruitt did, what Hugh Freeze did, back in the day, like a lot of the money given away, Reggie Bush taking money, Todd Gurley taking money at Georgia, like, man, all of that stuff.
West Virginia just paid JT Daniels $850,000 for a 5-7 season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is you have that kind of stuff, and it's like now it's legal. You know what I mean? Like all the things that were, but before these guys were crucified. Oh, they're terrible. They're taking money. They should be send them to Korea. And it's like, bro, seriously? And now everybody's like, well, I think they deserve money. And it's like, you didn't think that a few years ago. Like, It's just everybody likes to go with a consensus. Everybody likes to follow and go, well, if that's what everybody else thinks, then I'm okay with it. And you had
I got absolutely blistered whenever I said, yeah, I think players should be paid. I mean, everybody else is making a truckload of money off of football, except for the people that are actually doing the work. That's like not paying your employees. Oh, but those scholarships. Yeah. Compare the scholarship money to the money that everybody else is making. It's like a drop in the bucket. I will say this. The other day we had a live show over on the Voice of College Football, and we had a special guest by the name of Avon Coburn, who is the all-time leading rusher at West Virginia, and he laid down a scenario to where he thinks that if you're going to pay players, you don't give them the money up front. It's kind of like you work and then you get paid, not you pay and then they work.
Oh yeah,
it should be the other way around. So it's a baseline pay, give them $50,000, and then if they fulfill their contract, then you like. Let's say the contract is for 1 year, you get $1 million. You complete the season. Injuries, that's a different thing. If you get injured, they'll factor that into it as well. You can't control injuries. but that'll keep some of these players from taking the money and then just running. I mean, what's to keep a player from doing that? Absolutely nothing.
Agreed. No, and I do like that. And I've heard other stuff too. People are like, well, if they're going to get paid, they should have to pay for their scholarship. And it's like, hey, Bob.
What?
Yeah, Bob, listen, that scholarship is what? Over 4 years. Oh, let's say it's expensive. Let's say it's 120,000. He still just made your school 8 million in a year. Well, still, like it's like people just hate other people that are successful.
Exactly.
Nobody wants anybody else to be successful except themselves. And it just to know that somebody younger than you was making more money than you, it just makes people mad. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Some people are just so bitter with their life that anything upsets them.
Dude, that is a great take on that, and I 100% agree. I still get some bitterness thrown my way. I'm like, all you have to do basically when it comes down to life is put the work into it and you'll get the reward. That's what it comes down to. I mean, it's not always going to be the biggest reward ever, but whatever work you put into it, that's the reward that you're going to get out of it. So, and some people just don't understand that. And they, most people, especially in this generation, it's the silver platter, or, just give it to me. Yeah. I don't have to earn it. Just give it to me. And I wasn't raised that way. We had we weren't rich or anything like that. We had to work for everything we had. Didn't have name brand stuff. So that was always instilled in me. And now I'm seeing like just even the schools that my kids go to, watching these kids just have everything and they've done. I'm like, man, and you wonder why your kids spit in your face, on down the road because you haven't made them respect or know the value of a dollar. Kids don't know the value of a dollar anymore. And grown-ups, for that matter, some grown-ups don't know the value of a dollar anymore. Yeah. It's crazy.
A lot of people out here, and some adults too, like a lot of people out here half-tail their jobs. A lot of people don't want to, they don't, I don't know. A lot of people don't like being responsible. I think that's it. And when it comes down to stuff like YouTube where it's solely on you, people hate that because it's like, well, it's not fair. And it's like, well, yeah, because it's up to you. You can't have mommy and daddy. You can't have your last name. You can't have so-and-so stick up for you. It's solely on you. It's everything you can't have somebody do it for you. So that's why I like YouTube, because this is the one place I can say it's all me. Like,
right. Exactly right. And
what?
If you put the work into it, the reward will come. And a lot of these people that start, and this is why I complimented you earlier, because the percentages say if you reach 1,000 subscribers, you've beaten the odds. So you have beaten the odds, man, because a lot of people, they start YouTube channel, and if they don't get to 500,000 subscribers in 2 months, oh, we failed, I give up. There are some overnight sensations and overnight successes like that, but if you're out there and you're watching this show and you're thinking about starting a YouTube channel, and it's, if I don't get to 1 million subscribers in 6 months, then don't even start a channel, because 999 times out of 1,000 times, you're not going to be that person. The odds are probably bigger than that. It takes work. Put the work into it and set reasonable goals as well. If you set goals that are ridiculous and you can't reach those goals, you're just going to, get yourself depressed and want to make yourself quit.
Agreed. Yeah, and I think a good thing too, last thing, I know we're talking about sports, but last thing about YouTube, you have to see what scale you're on. Like, you have to see, like, I guess, how fast is your car really going? Everybody wants the Lamborghini that goes 150 miles an hour, but if your car only goes 30, then you're going to be depressed. It's like, see, okay, hey, in a month I made 5 subscribers. Okay, well, this next month try to make 8. Try to give yourself reasonable goals, but also see what is reasonable within you. And that, exactly. A lot of people, they just, like you said, they start out and their goal is, well, I'm going to get 500 subscribers in 2 days, and it's like, bro, see. So, anyways, but yeah, back to sports. My bad.
All right, so Georgia is back to the playoffs, right? Last year, I thought Georgia was one of the best teams I've ever seen in my entire life. They bulldozed through the regular season. You already know my thoughts about the SEC championship game. Not going to talk about that.
Those are my thoughts too, by the way.
It was ridiculous. It made no sense. And then you got to the playoffs and you went back to being the Georgia that we saw in the regular season and buzzed through them as well. This year, not so much. You do finish the regular season undefeated, but unlike last year, you had to sweat out some games. Last year, you didn't have to sweat out any games in the regular season. You blow out LSU just like everybody knew you would, and USC loses, so they get knocked out of the playoffs. So you're getting matched up with Ohio State. Ohio State backs their way in because, well, basically they're the last one-loss team, so they put them in. How do you feel about the matchup between Georgia and Ohio State?
I've wanted this matchup for a long time. Not necessarily just playoff, but just I've wanted to play Ohio State. They have that kind of team that everybody says they're the type of team that could beat Georgia. They have the awesome quarterback. They have great receivers across the board. Everybody says it. They've got the best receiving core in all of college football. Every year people say it. I get 5 stars all across the board. That's good. That's awesome. So for me, I guess I love seeing Kirby be tested. I know people are like, well, don't you want the easiest path? And it's like, yeah, but like Tennessee, I really thought we were going to go into the Tennessee game with different schemes, different blitz packages, design, different defenses. They didn't. They went in there and played the same kind of defense everybody else did and just said, we're better than everybody else. Yep. And I was like, oh, okay, like Kirby, you know what? Look, I'll shut up. I'll sit down. So against Ohio State,
that works too.
If he goes against Ohio State and he does the same thing and just says, look, my players are better, that will at least excite me for the next, I'm already excited for the next 10 years, but that will add more excitement knowing his development is through the roof. The way that he gets players to understand the game of football it's on a different level. I mean, since he's left Alabama, what has their defense done? It's gone downhill. It's like, and I'm not saying that, Nick Saban doesn't know defense. Yes, he does. But when you can delegate that responsibility to a guy who is basically a head coach and Kirby be there and him take all the responsibility and you can focus on other things, it helps you be a better coach. But then when he leaves and now you have to get all that responsibility back, you've got to take over everything. Now we've seen that. The discipline has gone down. The penalties have gone up. The defense isn't as good. He's had to focus on having more explosive offenses. He's had to have shootouts. They're not like, it's not that Nick Saban isn't a great coach. It's just you have to have a good staff. You can't do it by yourself.
Right. So. 100% agree. I think this is a good matchup for Georgia. I'm not saying Ohio State is a bad team. Their defense, obviously, under Knowles is much better than what it was last year, but it's still not elite. Georgia's defense is elite. We saw what Ohio State's offense did against an elite Michigan defense. People forget about that. Michigan has an elite defense. Georgia's is a little bit better, but it kind of gave you a preview of, what it did, what their offense could do against an elite defense, which not bad. It didn't do bad. Now their defense crumbled and they allowed, 4 plays, 4 touchdowns of 45 or more yards. That's insane. So there's a lot of there's some cracks in the armor for that Ohio State defense. I don't think this is going to be an easy win for Georgia, but I am predicting Georgia win this game. My score prediction is going to be like I'm going to say 35-31, something like that. But this is going to come down to coaching, and right now, from what I've seen, I think Kirby Smart is the better coach over Ryan Day. And I'm not saying Ryan Day is a bad coach. I just think Ryan Day is not the best at making adjustments. And just a few short years ago, I was saying the same thing about Kirby Smart, but he's corrected that. Now he's really good at making adjustments. Yeah. Maybe they're not massive adjustments to where he's switching entire schemes and blitz packages and all that stuff, but he makes the little adjustments, halftime, third quarter, whatever, that makes a difference, something that maybe you and I wouldn't think of. So I like the coaching matchup, and I think that's what this is going to come down to because both teams have phenomenal athletes. The defenses, Georgia holds the edge on defense. Ohio State holds the edge on offense. So it's relatively evenly matched. So it's going to come down to coaching, and right now I trust Kirby Smart over Ryan Day.
For sure. No, for sure. Yeah, I'm excited. I think it's tough because last year's championship is not worn off yet. Right. Yeah, you're still like on cloud 9, but it's like you have no other choice. It's like, yeah, hurry up and put your seatbelt on because it's like, Lee, we're already back again. All right, look, Kirby, slow down, bro. Like, take a year in between each if that's okay. But
Yeah, I think Georgia fans, I mean, I know you want to win a national championship every year. That's the goal every year. But I think Georgia fans, thought, we're not I mean, even Uncle Lou, one of the craziest Georgia fans out there, he was not expecting Georgia to be this good. He knew they were going to be good. Everybody knew they were going to be good. But missing the playoffs was a definite possibility. Now looking back, it's like, no, it wasn't. I mean, I know y'all sweated through a couple of games, but you're undefeated. You blasted LSU. The SEC West was really, really down. You took care of business against Tennessee. The playoffs were always in the cards for this year. I think even if you would have slipped up and lost Missouri, let's say you lose to Missouri. Yes, that's a bad loss. But, let's say the rest of the season plays out the same. You're still in the playoffs. So, in my opinion, Georgia getting to the playoffs was always in the cards, not necessarily because they were as good as what they were last year. Obviously, they are not. But did everybody else take a step back too? Because I do think Georgia took a step back this year. Not a big one. They're not bad. But I think everybody else took a step back as well, except for TCU. They took a step forward. I'm not convinced on Ohio State. They were punched in the mouth against Michigan at home, and they didn't respond well. Hopefully, Georgia doesn't look past Ohio State. Hopefully, they are focused on Ohio State. But I think the big matchup that I'm looking forward to is Georgia-Michigan. I think Michigan is much more prepared than what they were last year, and I think they're actually ready to win a championship this year.
That's a good point, dude. That's a really good point. I do agree with what you say. Like, if we lost to Missouri, we still, it's in the cards to be able to make it to the playoff. But
hold on, Tiger, hold on. John Waffle wants to know what bowl West Virginia is going to. I forgot. They're not going to a bowl. Let's shut the show down. West Virginia is not going to a bowl. That means I'm not allowed to talk about anybody else. Thanks for coming on the show, Tiger. We're going to shut it down.
But no, I know that our defense is. I'll say it's not as good as last year's. It's not, but I think we're only giving up 2.5 or 3 more points per game. So instead of 10 points a game, now we're only giving up 13. So it's terrible, so terrible.
Yeah,
but
what are you going to do, man? How are you going to rely on a defense that gives up almost 13 points a game?
Exactly. Like, you can't win with that. You can't. But our offense, though, is much better. Like, I mean, just hands down. We have so many explosive athletes, so many explosive positions. And the thing that Kirby has done this year that I think I'm really starting to understand Kirby more and more, he loves making the game how he wants it to be played. An example, like Kentucky. We beat Kentucky 16-6. We did not throw it to the tight ends at all. Like, we didn't, no explosive plays, just straight up smash mouth. Like, he wants his teams to have like 2 games a year that are just physical. Then he wants to have those 2 or 3 games a year where, hey, you got to get up for this game. You got to be able to play. You got to be elite. And then the other games, it's like, let's just work on stuff. And I get it, because I think if you try to go elite the entire year and you try to just blow everybody out and you play the same way, I think that's where the burnout starts to come. And in his mind, he loves getting his team to start hitting that peak towards the end of the season. Right. That way, going into the playoffs, his team is at its high. You can't, because a lot of
people were thinking that after they come out and absolutely drilled Oregon. Like, we all thought that they were just going to come out and drill everybody, because Oregon, they were a top 10 team. And even though they got drilled by Georgia, people still believed in Oregon that they were a good team, but that Georgia was just that much better. And they were. But he didn't approach every game like that as a shootout, as they're going to drill them. You hit the nail right on the head. I didn't know how to put it into words, and you just did it. It's almost like he has a different mindset for each game, almost like he's testing his team in different avenues. Like, in this game, let's see how good we are at putting up points fast. In this game, let's see how physical we are. In this game, let's see how dominant our defense is going to be.
Agreed.
It's crazy.
Well, and I guess another point, too, if you ever get any time, go back and watch the Missouri game and the Kent State game for Georgia. It was midway through the second quarter, and I'm watching the game, and I'm like, that guy's a third-string guy. That guy's a third-string guy. Like, wait, why is he playing these young guys halfway through the second quarter? And I'm like, that's Kirby. Kirby loves that mindset of, hey, I'm going to put you in there, but don't go lose it for us. Now you're putting a lot of pressure on a really young kid. Well, what happened in Missouri? We almost lost. So it's like it almost bit him in the tail to play so many young guys in that game. But like you said, even if they would have lost, Kirby would have loved it because then they could have gone through and whooped everybody's tail, still made it to the playoff, and him be able to humble his players. And it's like, that's the part where I'm like, Kirby, like you can't control everything, but he tries so hard to. But yeah, if you ever get a chance, go back and look at that. You'll see Bear Alexander, which is a third string D tackle for us. He was in the game playing multiple snaps in that second quarter, along with a backup DN, not our first string, not our second string. Like it surprised me, but that's why I like Kirby, because he was doing it last year with the guys that are starting this year, and that's why he does it. So
it's like he's thinking ahead. Like even though he wants to play for a championship this year, he also wants to play for a championship next year. So he wants to give those guys experience in a game that's losable. But at the same time, he's confident enough in his team to where they're not going to lose the game. But even if they did lose the game, they would come out and whoop some tail the remaining part of the season. I would really like to know how his brain works, because he thinks in the moment, but also thinks in the future at the same time.
And I guess this is where I do this as far as like with the teams that I've coached and the teams I'm currently coaching. When you play people who can only play a certain role and can't play above that, let's say me and you were both third string, and he's like, look, we go out there and we play. If me and you have played in the last 4 out of 5 games, do you not think we're going to focus more at practice? Do you not think we're going to work out harder in the weight room? We're going to stay out of trouble because we know, man, we're actually getting in the game compared to other schools where you just sit your happy tail off to the side and wait for 2 years. Like,
so
that's
he's giving the message that you better be ready because I'm putting you in, and you never know when I'm going to put you in.
Yes. And then at the same time, now your first string guy, you're like, hey, bro, go take a break. All right, appreciate it, coach. Like that. And now that's why Georgia leads as far as not having many players in the transfer portal. We have one. And it's because players know, like, it's either the communication is there, it's the chemistry. That's what I mean, bro. Kirby is like, he is a genius, but he's a mad scientist. Like, he's crazy.
If you look at the offseason, a lot of people are like, oh, Georgia didn't get a lot of transfers in the transfer portal to fill some of those gaps. But did you see how many left? Did anybody leave in the portal last year?
No.
So it doesn't matter if you don't get any people through the portal if you're not losing any people through the portal. And Georgia recruits at a high level, so if they're not losing anybody in the portal, they don't need anybody from the portal because they're already recruiting at a high level and they're keeping those players at Georgia. So it's not necessary for Georgia to go out into the portal and get some players. The only time it's necessary is if you're losing players. You need players to fill the roles that you lost. So the fact that Georgia doesn't get players to the portal is a good sign because they're not losing players.
No.
People just don't understand that. So let's say Georgia does beat Ohio State, which everybody is saying that, all right? Are you more nervous? Well, let me back up. Who do you think wins between Michigan and TCU?
I think Michigan. I think Michigan is – I may be wrong, but I think Michigan's about to, like, destroy TCU. And maybe not on the scoreboard, but just physically. I think Michigan is a physical football team, dude.
Okay, I was wrong. Uncle Lou said Georgia lost 14 players to the portal. I missed that one big time. I thought they didn't lose any or, like, less than 5. But anyways, I stand corrected on that one. But I agree with you on the prediction between Michigan and TCU. I think TCU is a good team.
Well, I was going to say the only reason I say they didn't is because after the game against Tennessee, Kirby was coming off the field and he was like talking about he used a few words that I can't say, but he was like, yeah, he said that's why we didn't lose anybody to the transfer portal last year because everybody wants to stay. So I need to look that up though, because I don't know if he was talking about like starters or if he was talking about
might have been starters, yeah.
Yeah, possibly.
That's two different things, and we kept it together. So thank you for correcting it. Hey, you can always count on Uncle Lou on correcting things like that. So we appreciate that. But I agree with you about Michigan and TCU because, TCU has been winning games that, to be honest with you, it looks like they were going to lose. So many comebacks. That's the thing that Michigan's going to have to be careful of, though. You get up on TCU by a couple touchdowns or, heck, even 20 points. That doesn't mean the game is over. you have to keep your foot on the gas when it comes to TCU. But having said that, it's game after game after game. TCU keeps having to come back. And we saw it against Kansas State. I think TCU might be burnt out. We literally saw Max Duggan get burnt out on the field. Like, it was on national television. He was burnt out. So the fact that TCU doesn't recruit at the same level as everybody else, and they don't have the depth as everybody else, that's why I think Michigan will win this football game. I think TCU played above. They punched up to everybody, and they went undefeated. Congratulations, all that stuff. Then got beat by Kansas State, still got into the playoffs. I think Michigan's the better team. I think Michigan's deeper, and I think Michigan is a lot more ready to take the next step this year than they were last year. So that brings us to Michigan versus Georgia. Just saying what we think plays out. Michigan, Georgia. How would you feel about that matchup?
I would rather have that. I think TCU. I don't know. I may be doubting TCU, but I feel like Michigan versus Georgia will be a better game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just feel like Michigan after last year too has a lot to prove. Yep. Wanting to play that rematch. So I guess that for me is the exciting part. But I don't know. TCU may surprise us, bro.
I know we said we're gonna bring One Scoop John on at one, but since we're talking about Georgia and Michigan, he is a Michigan fan. Let's do we got a few minutes before you're out of here, Tiger. Let's do a segment with a Michigan fan and a Georgia fan, and
oh snap! Here we go.
The fan base is feeling about this. So we just talked about Georgia, Michigan. Let's back up for a second. How do you feel about Michigan versus TCU, real quick?
Well, I think Michigan has the advantage in that game. I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to TCU's quarterback, Duggan. I mean, just willing himself to almost getting to the point where they were going to come back against Kansas State. But I will say that just in the trenches, the line play, the talent that Michigan has, I just think it's a little bit better than TCU in those areas. So I could see it being like a 7 to 10 point victory.
I gotcha. And then what we really want to talk about is Michigan versus Georgia. No matter what the final score is, it's not going to be a blowout like it was last year. Michigan's not going to blow out Georgia, and Georgia's not going to blow out Michigan. That's not going to happen. This is going to be a close game. So I'm going to start with Tiger. What do you think the keys to a Georgia victory are going to be if this matchup happens in the national championship?
The reason why that's a tough question is it's not like Michigan is TCU or USC or Tennessee. Like, they're us. They're exactly us. They run the ball. They put it down your throat. They throw the ball when needed. They have a few explosive plays a game. So I think for me, it's more – I think it's the defense. What defense is going to step up? Because both offenses look similar. Do I think that our tight ends should have a field day? I think they should have a field day against anybody. So I know Michigan's thinking – we can shut down their tight ends, we can stop their run game, but I don't know. I think for me it's defense. If our defense can stop them, then I think that's ball game. But
so I want to end the SEC segment with this. Tiger Baskins, tell me why Georgia beats Michigan in the national championship.
Because Brock Bowers and Darnell Washington. Literally.
That's fair.
We have the top 2 tight ends in the nation, and one is tight end of the year, best tight end in America, and the other one's 6'7", 285 that runs a 4.6. So,
nice. Yeah. All right, before you head out, man, tell everybody where they can find you, what you do, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, like I said earlier, just college football. Do some NBA stuff, just a lot of sports stuff here and there. Do highlights. So yeah, check me out at Tiger Baskins. Just like I said, another sports YouTuber in this community. But appreciate you guys, John. Have a good day, bro.
I appreciate you coming on,
buddy. I'll throw you a sub, Tiger. Don't worry. I'm gonna find you right now.
Appreciate it.
He's over 1,000. He's grinding over there. He's over 1,000.
Love it.
Good job, Tiger. Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate y'all.
Oh yes. So now that Tiger told us why Georgia would win that game. Why? Why is Michigan going to beat Georgia in the national championship?
Well, so I have to lay the background info for everybody. So last year, our goal, nobody thought we were going to be headed to the playoffs last year. Michigan was coming off a 2-win COVID season. Harbaugh almost got fired. He cut his pay in half. So last year, the goals were reestablish the culture and beat Ohio State and win the Big Ten. And if you do that, that's gravy. And they treated, you got to admit, they treated the playoff last year like a vacation. So if you watch the Instagram lives, all the Michigan players were out on boats, having boat parties and exploring the city. They treated it like an educational trip and a party. Of course, they tried, but you could tell from the game planning. Josh Gaddis was already probably interviewing with Miami at the time, so the game plan was really vanilla. Just disappointing. Nobody really I didn't see them go for the throat like I saw them go for the throat against Iowa. So it told me right there exactly where we were. And then you also have to look at the quarterback difference. So last year we had Cade McNamara, and I think he was great for us last year, game manager. But you saw the difference when J.J. McCarthy came in once Cade got benched and J.J. McCarthy came into the game. He was the only one who was able to evade an NFL pass rush. So I think that this year, in order to win, Donovan Edwards is going to have the game of his life. He's going to have to probably go for 200 plus rushing yards, receiving yards. Hopefully the hand is healed enough where he can get some additional receptions. The O-line, we're one of 2 Joe Moore finalists along with Georgia. So the O-line has to hold up. D-line has to hold up. And J.J. McCarthy is going to have to make big throws. He finally showed against Ohio State that he could do it against real competition. And then he showed it again against Purdue. And those 2 games, I think, gave me a little bit of hope. Whereas before I had none at all that we could beat Georgia. Now I think if everything comes together and your key impact players do what they do, then Michigan could win the game for sure.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very evenly matched game. If Georgia has to beat Ohio State and Michigan has to beat TCU, so we're assuming those 2 things happen. I think these 2 teams mirror each other. The defenses are tough and gritty. The offenses, they're not air raid type, but they can be explosive. I mean, Michigan had those 4 plays, those 4 touchdowns that were, at least 45 yards. That's crazy. If somebody would have told me that before the game against Ohio State in the horseshoe, I wouldn't have believed him. I would have called him crazy. But Michigan really, showed what kind of offense and how much firepower they could have against a much improved Ohio State defense. So TCU's defense is not as good as everybody's defense as far as Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan in the playoffs. That's the one thing that's going to hurt them in the playoffs. They have a great offense. It's allowed them to come from behind many, many times, but
Absolutely.
They don't have that elite defense like Georgia, Michigan, and to some degree Ohio State. I don't think Ohio State has quite as elite defense as Georgia and Michigan, but it's much better than TCU. So Michigan and Georgia, they mirror each other. I think even the quarterbacks are very, very similar. Stetson Bennett, man.
Similar stats too.
Very
similar stats and touchdown interception ratios.
I mean,
it's kind of like, that Spider-Man meme where they're all looking at each other and they're doing that. The Spider-Man's the difference. Like that's literally Georgia and Michigan.
Yeah. I agree with that. And, a lot of people look at the Heisman Trophy and you only see the 4 that were invited, but J.J. McCarthy was in the top 10. So, it's not that he wasn't good enough to be considered. He was good enough. He just wasn't voted in the top 4. So absolutely, Stetson Bennett and J.J. McCarthy, they 100% mirror each other. And that would be a great battle. And not just stats and not just athletically, but leadership and, just maturity and poise on the field. They look very, very similar as far as the type of quarterbacks that they are. Both of these quarterbacks aren't They're not Caleb Williams type dual threat, but they can move on you. They can make something out of nothing whenever a play breaks down. So they're not like true dual threat, but they're very, very mobile, and they can hurt you with their legs.
I would call JJ a true dual threat, and here's why. You know, when you could tell the games when Harbaugh told him not to run versus the games when Harbaugh said let it fly. Ohio State, Penn State, Purdue, he got to run, and you could really see what he could do in the run game. And it causes the defense a lot of problems, right? So I talked about this a lot with D4 Sports, Brandon, who's a defensive coordinator himself. And we had a show all season to kind of break down Michigan film. And he was going over how, as a defensive coordinator, to defend against a heavy quarterback run threat, to defend against the short ball, the deep ball, Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards in the backfield in the run game. You have a dynamic offense, and you basically have to pick your poison. Like, basically, how are you going to try to stop it? And I think that Ohio State, what they tried to do was stack the box and force JJ to actually throw the ball. And I think that that's probably the strategy Georgia's going to have to do. But I don't think Kirby's too smart to just go zero blitz all day. Like, I don't think Kirby's going to be just calling straight up nine guys in the box. There's going to be he's going to hang some safeties back. He's going to hang some personnel back to defend against all aspects. I think you'll see more multiples with Kirby than you did with Knowles. So I think that we got to look for that too.
Gotcha. I know Joey talked to you earlier about you'll be able to finish up the segment from 1:32. I actually just got a text, and she wants me to pick her up now. So can you take over for a minute? It'll only be for like 15, 20 minutes, something like that. For those of you watching, I had to drop my wife and kids off for an event, and I have to go pick them up real quick. But One Scoop John, he's got you covered. He's going to take you through the next 15, 20 minutes, and we'll be back as soon as we come back from picking them up. So I'm going to mute my mic, and I'll let you take over, man. I tried to figure out a layout to where you were in the one spot, but it won't let me do that.
You're good.
So anyways, I'll be back shortly, guys.
See you soon. And thanks for having me, by the way. So what I figured we would do for the next couple minutes is I would go through my Big Ten power rankings. So those of you who know me, I'm John Diadamo, One Scoop John. I host the Sunday night college football after dark shows I did all season. And also I've been on Golden Blue Dude a lot, D4 Sports. You can follow me at John Diadamo. I got my title right here. But what we're going to do is really just go through the teams in the Big Ten and kind of, I'll give you my take on kind of, we'll go worst to best and kind of talk about the teams a little bit. So starting off, obviously Northwestern had a 1-11 season. And they started off actually with a little bit of promise. So they go to Dublin. They have a little educational trip to Dublin, and they beat Nebraska. And we thought, oh my God, they beat Nebraska with Casey Thompson, and this could actually be a pretty good team. And then they lose their next 11 straight. So not sure what's going on there. Pat Fitzgerald has been known for having like every third team do well, like with the seniors. And they were in the Big Ten championship game not that long ago. So that's definitely something that, it's a little bit puzzling on what happened there. But obviously Northwestern is my number 14 team, followed by Rutgers. So Rutgers, obviously disappointing season for them. They went 4-8 in the season. And, you think with a coach like Schiano, to be at he's been there a couple of years now, you'd think that they'd be at least hitting bowls. And they did get to a bowl last year, but they got to a bowl because someone else dropped out. So they were 5-7 last year. They took a step down this year. But Rutgers is definitely at the bottom of the list, 13. 12, you've got Nebraska. So Nebraska obviously fired their coach, Scott Frost. A lot of us thought that Nebraska was going to go 6-6 or even 8-4 this season. Unfortunately, they went 4-8. Some pretty key losses, which obviously the loss to Georgia Southern, 45-42. Losing to Georgia Southern usually gets you fired. So the Fighting Clay Heltons were able to beat Nebraska. Obviously, Scott Frost was fired, and he was fired before the buyout was going to go down. So they actually did him a little bit of a solid by firing him early, because he gets more money that way. So another way that they took care of their native son, Scott Frost, before he left. Then of course they get absolutely pounded by Oklahoma. But they did start to have a little bit of a resurgence. They beat Indiana, they beat Rutgers. It was close with Purdue. So Mickey Joseph did have them playing with a lot of heart, and so I was pretty impressed with that, at least. But we'll see what happens with Matt Rule coming in. Matt Rule obviously got fired from the Panthers. A lot of people thought he was going to take the season completely off, but he decided Nebraska was a good move for him. And we'll see, obviously, what he can do the next couple of seasons, now that he has to face some additional headwinds that he didn't before, right? NIL being such a big thing. NIL, the recruiting, obviously a lot of things have changed since the transfer portal. So a lot's going on there. So my next team is Indiana. I think I'm at 11 now. Indiana. So Indiana went 4-8 also for the season, 2-7 in conference. And Indiana's a team that I think has suffered from the fact that Tom Allen, I think, is a good coach, but his hiring of personnel the last couple of years, he hasn't really found anybody to replace Kalen DeBoer and Mike Hart. And that's really been a big problem for them. So I think that's a huge factor in why they're not doing so well. I don't think they found suitable replacements. Bazelak's an okay quarterback. It's not great. And so for those reasons, they're at number 11. Then we've got the Michigan State Spartans, 10. They went 5-7 this year. Obviously, they had some kind of key highs and key lows. The biggest high is that they were able to rally after the tunnel incident, we call it, the tunnel incident. But they had a pretty mediocre season when Kenneth Walker went to the NFL. So they went 5-7, and they just kind of got exposed, because when you have somebody like Kenneth Walker just really killing the game, and just propelling that team with the run game, then your quarterback also looks better because it opens up the pass. So Kenneth Walker was able to do that for them, but this year they didn't have him. So he's kind of next on the list there. We do have somebody saying Hail State, Sven. So there you go. Ari says, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever met a Rutgers fan. Oh, they exist. They exist. Hang out in New Jersey. Hey, we got Mark Rogers, everybody, voice of college football. How you doing, Mark?
Didn't realize I was going to be jumping on immediately. I would have been a little more prepared. Would have cleaned up my set to be Big Ten. We're talking Big Ten, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't have the StreamYard or anything. They just Golden Blue Dude had to run for a bit, so he asked me to take the show for a bit. Talk Big Ten. There we go. Now we got the helmets rolling.
There. Those are the only 4 Big Ten I have. I'm lacking in their conference.
Those will work. I was just kind of going through some of the teams, and I was just on Michigan State and kind of going up from worst to best. So we were just talking. I was just talking about Michigan State and the fact that Kenneth Walker obviously was a kind of a big part of their team last year, and then this year without him, they kind of got exposed a little bit on the offense, right? Because when you have somebody who's a generational running back talent like Kenneth Walker, it also makes your pass game look better because it forces the defense to have to account for both. So when he went to the NFL, and he's been doing pretty well, the Seahawks, they kind of have fallen off a bit.
Yeah, Michigan State, it'll be interesting. That's a word I try to avoid because we could say that about everybody. Just seeing Mel Tucker and his approach to this program, because he took over a program that was in slight decline, not in any kind of free fall, but in slight decline over Mark D'Antonio's first half of his tenure, which I think was pretty remarkable and was about as good a coaching job as anybody was doing at that point in the country. But of course, the COVID season you can somewhat write off, but that was a rough year. And then they have that explosive next year, although they clearly weren't an elite team by any stretch, I don't believe, but marked improvement, of course. And then, I would have to go through to see how much of their offensive line moved on from that season. Peyton Thorne's still there.
Yeah.
He was still there. Jaden Reed was still there. They lost Jalen Naylor, but they picked up Coleman as one of the best threats in the Big Ten on the outside. And so the passing game was still good. The thing that stood out to me, the third game of the season, watching Michigan State go out to Washington, wasn't just that Michael Penix ripped them to shreds. That wasn't really what stood out to me, because that was obviously something that they weren't, I'm sure they addressed it during the offseason, but they did not address it effectively. And that's that they had one of the worst pass defenses in the country the year they went 11-2, and they were just as bad this season. But that they just, for a Big Ten team going out to play a Pac-12 team, that they just got manhandled on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Like, their running backs had no room. Peyton Thorne was running for his life the entire night, and that they could not get near Michael Penix. For as good as he is, and he's exceptional, a lot of quarterbacks are going to tear you up when they've got all day. And that was the surprising portion of Michigan State for me. And then they just proceeded to get just whipped the next 4 weeks. I actually just did power rankings, and so this number's in my head. They lost 4 consecutive games by 81 total points during that stretch. And they bounced back here and there. I think their most impressive showing was going to Illinois, coming off the tunnel assault.
The tunnel. Yeah, I was just mentioning that. Yeah.
Yeah. And being able to,
was impressive,
because everybody was against them. And I don't want to say deservedly so for the ones that weren't involved, of course, but as a program, yes, they brought it upon themselves as being a target. And Illinois had everything to play for, and Michigan State's season was drifting away from them. They go to Illinois and they pull off an upset.
Absolutely. So before we hit Wisconsin, just want to let everybody know in the chat, we've got obviously Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football. You can follow him at Voice of College Football and like 30 different team channels. I always try to put my plug in for joining the Michigan football channel, because we always try to go head to head against Ohio State and subscribers. A little fun rivalry situation.
I don't know where we stand. It's close. It's awfully close.
Yeah. Well, I think Michigan has the edge in terms of fans, and especially on the Patreon. But in terms of subscribers, I think Ohio State still has a little bit of a lead, but we'll get there. But Wisconsin was my next one. So Wisconsin, obviously, 6-6 season, 4-5 in conference. They fired Paul Chryst, which shocked me. I thought he'd at least get another year, given what he's done. 9-10 win seasons fairly consistently for a while. He continued to make it to the Big Ten conference game. What do you think happened this year that really caused the headwinds that forced them to kind of fire their head coach after how many years?
I think that if this was going into the future going to be the Big Ten of the last 10 to 30 years, and Paul Chris may still have a job, but I think that Wisconsin was partially responding to expansion and seeing itself stagnate, and not to a great degree. They had an 8-4 regular season. They had a 9-4 season overall last year.
Mm-hmm.
But 2020 wasn't good. Again, 21, they won the games they were supposed to win. They weren't able to compete against the very top-notch teams. They lost to Penn State. They lost to check that. I shouldn't say that for sure. I remember watching that game, and they played in Madison. I don't remember who. I remember it was a close game. I don't want to say they lost that one for sure. They lost to Michigan. Anyway.
They lost by 6 to Penn State last year.
Yes, 26-20, right?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah, 16-10, I think.
Oh, 16-10. Okay,
yeah.
16-10. Yeah.
Fun score. Yeah.
I watched that one. So I just think that there are a lot of signs of stagnation in the program, and both on the field and off the field, people weren't happy with Paul Chris' recruiting efforts, although it didn't necessarily show up in the rankings, but that he had not made a lot of great accomplishments there. And just that, it surprised me to a certain extent, but I kind of laid it out once I thought about it, produced a video, thought about all the talking points, kind of laid out why, this shouldn't have surprised based on the changing landscape of the conference, and also believing at the time, now this has not proven to be true. It was my thought, and then started hearing from others that thought was out there about Jim Leonhard and trying to retain him.
Right.
And maybe they did give him a trial. Maybe that was the intent. That's what I thought the intent was. Give him a trial. We want him to succeed. We want him to be the next guy. But if he shows himself to not be ready for this position, then we can do something else.
Yeah. And I think that he would have had Fickle not become available. So if Fickle had decided to stay at Cincinnati, or if he had taken another position, then I think that they might have considered keeping Jim as kind of head coach next year. But when you have a name like Luke Fickle, who just got a G5 team to the college football playoff and has, I think, done more with Cincinnati than anyone could have reasonably expected him to, when he became available, I think it was. I think that probably set that course once they knew that. So with that said, we've got Wisconsin, obviously Maryland, another team that I thought would do a little bit better. They ended 7-5. They have an extremely talented quarterback in Talia Tagovailoa, and what impressed me about Maryland, like, I knew their offense was going to be good, but their defense at times this year really surprised me, and it was especially apparent in the Michigan game, where they really did do a great job of stopping, or at least you're never going to stop the run with Michigan, but to just contain it enough where they put themselves in a position where they could have won that game, very plausibly. So Maryland, I thought they had their highs. Obviously, beating Michigan State was a high, and it just kind of ended. I kind of thought it would be more like an 8 or 9 win season for them, but just not quite able to crack that next tier, so to speak.
Yeah, it hit me the other day to go through my preseason predictions and see, how many teams I hit on versus was way off on. I think I hit 7-5 with Maryland, so they pretty much had the kind of season that I anticipated. Their defense was largely improved because they've had running backs and wide receivers and a few defensive backs since they've been in the Big Ten that have been just nearly as good as anyone in the conference. Yeah, their line plays better. I don't know necessarily what happened against Wisconsin and Penn State near the end of the year, because they did play Michigan well. I watched that game. I watched the Ohio State game. They played both of them extremely well. They contained Ohio State's offense for more than a half before it kind of broke loose, and their defense didn't give up those 43 points in total. Yeah, they're hitting a ceiling here. Are they going to take down now they took down Michigan State this year, but of course Michigan State was not one of the better teams.
Yeah, it wasn't anything to really super write home about this year.
Yeah.
But the occasional loss to and I know that Purdue won the Big Ten West, but that if you're going to kind of hit that top, I feel like that top echelon, teams like Wisconsin, Purdue, and not getting blown out by Penn State would probably be things you would want to focus on.
Yeah, they got destroyed by Penn State, and the Wisconsin game, it was like 23-10 comes to mind, something like that. They weren't in that game. They got dominated. They had a rough 2-week stretch when kind of their season was on the line. They can't win a championship at that point, but just to show, where they stand in the conference. And they're in a place where, this past season, they certainly won the games I expected them to win and lost the games I expected them to lose. And the recruiting's good. It's not great. It's good. They're in a good place in terms of where they're located to recruit.
Absolutely.
The DMV, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Virginia, really good players in that area of the country. So,
and their stadium's I will say this, I've been to their stadium. Because I used to live in DC, and so when Michigan would come, I would go and obviously support Michigan. And what was interesting was the stadium is actually a fun experience, and you don't think Maryland Stadium in your top your top 10 or 20, but it was really cool. And so it was a lot of Michigan fans, and the Maryland. This was back when Maryland was like getting 1 or 2 wins a year. So they were not a lot of Maryland student section there, but I still thought it was really an enjoyable time for sure. So, they've got some stuff going for them. So Iowa was won 7-5. Obviously, they put themselves in positions most years to at least contend for the Big Ten West. Obviously, they won the Big Ten West last year. But really, I'm noticing from talking to Corey, Brada, and talking to others that, they're really fed up with Brian Ferentz and literally creating videos saying, fire Brian Ferentz, because it's gotten to that point where they're just kind of not sure what's going on. And then, Cade comes and transfers in Cade McNamara. So it's just been a really kind of up and down season again for Iowa. But, where do you think that they kind of shake out this year? And obviously their defense being I would call it one of the top 5 to 10 defenses in college football. How do you square that level of elite defense with the questionable offensive production that kind of happened?
Yeah, I picked Iowa 8-4, and it looked like they were going to finish 8-4, and then they lose as a favorite at home against Nebraska with the division title on the line. So they had it all. For as messy as the start was and as horrible as the offense was from game 1 through 12, it was right there for them to win in a game that you would expect Iowa to win and Nebraska to blow, but that didn't happen. So, I'm not on here calling for people to be fired basically ever, because I hope people understand it, at least when it comes from me. It's certainly not a personal thing, but when one person's job or their lack of performance inhibits an entire organization. 100 players, a coaching staff, all the fans and supporters and alumni and the school and everything. And not to lay that every offensive issue or every football issue is on Brian Ferentz, but he coordinates the offense. He has been there for 6 years as the offensive coordinator.
And quarterbacks. Don't forget, quarterbacks coach.
Now he's the quarterbacks coach too. Yeah. Which is ridiculous. That when Rutgers, which I would consider to be a top 60 or 70 program, whatever it is, and Iowa's more like a top 15 to 25 program, that Rutgers fires its offensive coordinator who has like 2 years on the job. And they've got a better offense. They should have lower standards. Right. And they haven't given their offensive coordinator near the chance. And they still say enough's enough. We can do better. That I said
it's
this.
It's a little much. Yeah.
I would never put myself in the position of hiring. I would never put myself in the position of hiring my son or daughter, especially in a public forum where they can be judged and criticized, and there can be a direct link made, because this can only end poorly.
Absolutely. So now I mostly, and those of you who haven't seen the Voice of College Football Power Rankings, you and I are pretty close on a lot of these. I would say the one flip was Illinois and Purdue. So I thought that Purdue was a little bit higher on the rung for this, if
Here's
nothing else, because they won the Big Ten. They won the Big Ten West. Strong quarterback play. Obviously, getting to that position to win the Big Ten West. That's an achievement for sure. But Illinois did have some really strong games. Obviously, they took. I was there at the Big House when they almost beat us. They almost beat Michigan, and it took a last basically throwing to Colston Loveland. Isaiah Gash had to hit a play there, and then obviously the final game-winning field goal. But Illinois at times really showed what they're made of this season, and there were some questionable coaching decisions, I thought, in that game. I think you and I talked about that in the past, but overall for Illinois, they were in the complete dumpster of the Big Ten. They were in at the same level as Rutgers and kind of that caliber. So to go to an 8-4 season now, I think that is a testament to some of what Brett Bielema has been able to accomplish.
Yeah, I think he's done a remarkable job. They were significantly improved his first year. For them to beat, I think it was Nebraska, Minnesota, Penn State that first year, even though they only won 5 games. And then to take the roster in terms of the level of talent and produce what he has, it just is disappointing that the overall season was definitely a success. But when they got to 7-1 and they didn't have the best of competition in front of them aside from Michigan, and they blew the next 2 games at home against Michigan State and Purdue, that it was set up to be a really, really big season, and they had control of the division and they blew it. And to their credit, after they have those 2 rough weeks, they lose control of the division. They go to Ann Arbor and they put up a game that few expected them to play. I didn't expect them, I expected the effort to be there and for them to give it their best, but I just thought Michigan would run away in the second half. And I won't go into it now, but I did not like how Brett Bielema handled the last 4 minutes of that game. Not that they would have won for sure. It wasn't like they had it and they blew it, but they sat on the ball and really set up Michigan's final drive to score the game-winning points. But Tommy DeVito is a capable quarterback. He can move. He protects the football. Chase Brown was one of the, I believe, the second leading rusher in the country.
Yeah, and he is somebody who got it. That's one thing we just talked about it with Kenneth Walker. But when your best player gets injured, obviously that impacts your team. Or when in Kenneth Walker's case, goes to the NFL. So Chase Brown obviously was not playing or playing injured, and then he comes back for the Michigan game. So that was really the first game that it was a fully fledged, in my opinion, fully fledged Illinois team. And I think that's why that game was so tough in aspects. So I know that you're on a tight timetable and you got to head out, but we did want to kind of talk Ohio State for a minute. Obviously, being a Buckeye yourself, this season was, obviously, like you win the games you're supposed to win. You go 11 straight. Tough win. I thought the Notre Dame win was one of Ohio State's best wins, because it was a tough and gritty win that kind of needed to happen to establish kind of that mindset of physicality, and that you're going to have to grind it out to get some of these wins. So I thought the Notre Dame win was really strong to start the season out. What do you think? I mean, Ohio State's in the playoff. So with that said, how do you think the season's gone? Obviously, getting that opportunity to be in the college football playoff and all that good stuff.
Well, I picked them to go 11-1. I didn't pick them to lose the game that they lost, but they have the most difficult path in the playoff, but they don't deserve a better one. They're fortunate to be where they are. At the same time, they still earned that spot. On one hand, the emphasis goes to the Michigan game. The emphasis goes to almost everybody's last game of the season, but especially their last game of the season. So it's easy to look at it from a negative standpoint and say, well, they backed into the playoffs. Well, 11-1 has typically earned a lot of teams a playoff spot. So, or a one-loss season. So,
and there aren't any more one-loss. I mean, you go down the list of teams, and then it becomes the two-loss team. And there was the big controversy of Nick Saban coming on the halftime. They have a two-loss team, and they're trying to argue to get into the playoff. But most people who know the rankings and know where teams are thought Ohio State, and I said this too, I didn't think Bama deserved to get in. I think Ohio State, with the 11-1 record that they had, should have gotten that spot. So the committee made the right choice.
Yeah. So they didn't go in a glorious way and blast their way into the playoff, but they earned it. Their resume earned it over the course of a season, and I don't think there's any question about that myself. I don't know how much confidence they have right now. I don't have extreme confidence. I, of course, have confidence in the talent and the ability. And I don't think that they let down against Michigan in any way. I don't think there was an effort issue by any stretch of the imagination. Sure, you wouldn't think that there would be, but I question, I know what Georgia team's going to show up. I'm almost 100% confident of what Georgia brings. I'm confident what Michigan team's going to show up to their game. And I'm especially confident what Georgia team's going to show up. They're not going to lose the game. I don't believe they're going to lose the game. Ohio State's going to have to match them. I don't know what Ohio State team's going to. If Ohio State shows up with their A game and Georgia has their A game, this will be a shootout, a classic. It'll be a great game. But I could see Ohio State losing this game by 3 or 4 touchdowns if they don't have their heads on straight.
Well, Kirby,
I think the same thing could be applied to TCU. I don't think TCU is going to get blown out, but like you mentioned earlier about Michigan and Georgia, we know what team's going to show up. With TCU, we don't know what team's going to show up from half to half. Sometimes they get down big and they have to come back, and they did that throughout the entire season. That's how they're
second half team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they're going to have to. TCU's the team that's going to have to respond. Georgia and Michigan are going to be the teams that, hey, they're going to test you and see how you respond. And TCU and Oklahoma and Ohio State are going to be the teams that are being tested. And, how are they going to respond? And can they respond enough to win the game?
The difference in mindset between TCU and Ohio State, though, is this is all gravy for TCU. They were 5-7 last year. They don't have a national championship mentality goal every year.
Right.
Ohio State pretty much feels pressure to win every game, and Ryan Day goes 11-1, and people want him fired. Like the expectation level and the mentality between the two schools and their fan bases and their teams and Ohio State feels the weight of the world. You wouldn't think like if it was another team, you wouldn't think so. They're an underdog. They're playing the number one consensus number one and all that. But that's why I don't know where their heads are at, because I don't know if this is going to fuel them getting a second chance. It should. It should fuel them and energize them, but I don't know, because there was a 7 or 8 day layoff between when they lost to Michigan and when they got the playoff bid. If there were players who already thought, we're done, we're out, and we're going to the NFL draft or all that I don't know if they can start it back up and get laser focused to the degree that you have to against Georgia.
Yeah, I think
can
TCU could be
Ibuka step
this
up
year's
is the
TCU's
thing.
team could be last year's Michigan's team, where they weren't expected to be there. Everybody thought it was going to be a rebuilding year. I mean, it mirrors last year's Michigan team in so many different ways. So I think everybody is counting out TCU. Maybe we shouldn't, because they did finish undefeated in the regular season, but they were so inconsistent, even being undefeated. They were inconsistent in being undefeated. So I'm afraid that we could see the same result that we saw last year as far as a first-round blowout, because the team was like, whoop, we weren't even expecting to be here.
That parallel is spot on. I was thinking similar things. Like TCU reminds me of Michigan 2021. You hit, you kind of hit this level that nobody had expected, and now you find yourself in the college football playoff. So how do you handle that situation? So I think that I think it's a really strong kind of connection you made there.
Mark, what do you think the keys of the game for TCU to pull this upset off? Because I do think it would be a significant upset. I think everybody's picking Michigan to beat TCU. What does TCU need to do to beat the Wolverines?
Well, I think they need to neutralize Michigan's defensive front. So I think they need to, Max Duggan has to play kind of a hero role, kind of like he did in the Big 12 championship game. I think he needs to be a running threat as well as a passing threat, because he needs to supplement TCU's running game that I don't see doing a whole lot. Even though Kendre Miller's a really good back, I don't see them doing a lot against Michigan's defense in like traditional running plays. So Max Duggan has to be, he's going to throw it 30, run it 15. He ran for 100 yards against Kansas State. I don't know that he can do that against Michigan, but he needs to be a running threat, convert third downs with his feet, be looking for those kind of opportunities. He's not going to always complete the 3rd and 7, but he may be able to escape the pocket and run for it to keep drives alive. And I think TCU's got a lot of speed on both sides of the ball. I don't know how they're going to be able to withstand Michigan's size and physical advantage offensively versus TCU's defense. But offensively,
and something that I talked about earlier, are they going to be burnt out? Because we literally saw in the Big 12 championship, Max Duggan, right before our face, got burnt out, and he didn't have enough gas left in the tank to finish the game as far as to win the game. Will they still be burnt out going into this playoff game against Michigan? And Michigan is going to lean on TCU. Michigan has the size advantage. Michigan has the speed advantage. Michigan has the depth advantage. I expect Michigan to lean on TCU the entire game and try to wear them out. And and that's the exact game plan that Kansas State on TCU, and it worked out because, like you said, Mark, Max Duggan is going to have to do everything because they don't have that great of a run game without him. He's going to have to light the scoreboard up with his arm, and he's going to have to keep plays and drives alive with his legs, and that defense isn't playoff caliber defense either. So he's going to have to do a lot for TCU to have any shot of getting to the playoffs.
Well, one thing I would point out is that Michigan really hasn't contended against a player that can run like this, other than Talia to an extent. I thought we were going to see it against Ohio State because I saw that Ryan Day was kind of trying out this CJ Stroud read option thing against Northwestern, and I thought we were going to see that a lot against in the game. But really, like, I think that's the factor that TCU has going for them, is that really Jesse Minter hasn't really had to contend against this level of dual threat quarterback where they actually use his dual threat, right? So I think that's where TCU could have the advantage.
Yeah, I was scanning through the Big Ten quarterbacks as you said that, and yeah, this is going to be a different animal for Michigan. So that's a good point. And I don't know that Michigan's faster than TCU. I don't know that TCU is not faster than Michigan. And in terms of the time off, I think that can work both ways, but I think this would be a good thing, to your point, GBD, that this is a good thing for TCU. They've got time to rest and recover, re-energize, as opposed to some other teams might be in a groove and be fine physically, and this breaks their stride, this breaks their momentum, and they'd rather keep playing, and this makes them stale, and they come out and they got to kind of recapture where they were. They obviously, just about everybody that's in the playoff, except for Ohio State, you could argue is playing well. But
I didn't even think about that. That's a good point, because TCU was losing. They were losing their steam and their gas at the end of that Big 12 championship game, and I don't think it was just the game. I think it was the entire season building up to that, because everybody forgets TCU doesn't have the depth, like everybody else, like these other teams that are in the playoffs. So this gap between the conference championship and the first round of playoffs, that could actually go in favor of TCU. So that's a very, very good point that I didn't think of earlier.
Yeah, I think that's on the flip side. I think that we were talking about the start of the show, GBD, is that I think that Michigan has the advantage in the line play and in the trenches. Right. Michigan is one of the two finalists for the Joe Moore Award, along with Georgia. And I just don't know if TCU has really contended with this level of physicality on the O and D lines. And I think that could be the difference in the game, because it's great if you have a quarterback, but if you've got, hopefully Mike Morris is back. If you have Mike Morris and Yabiyoki in your face all game, look out, because you're probably going to have a bad time. So I think if everybody comes back healthy, we don't know about Corum, but Mike Morris hopefully will be back. Then I think it's going to be, I think Michigan's just going to out physical and just out talent TCU slightly, but I don't think it's going to be a blowout by any means. Probably like I said, a 7 to 10 point type situation.
Well, I think that's how you beat TCU, is being very, very physical. I mean, the team that was the most physical with TCU was Kansas State. And yes, TCU beat them in that first game at home, but it took Kansas State getting down to their third quarterback for TCU to come back on them. And then we saw in the Big 12 championship that, Kansas State being physical once again just wore down TCU. I still thought that TCU was the better team in the Big 12 championship overall, but it's just how physical Kansas State and leaning on TCU the entire game. Max Duggan out of gas there at the end of the game. That's the recipe of how you beat TCU, and I think Michigan has all the ingredients to that recipe. And it could be a long game for TCU, but at the same time, we've seen TCU bounce back from adversity time and time again, and they could use this gap to their advantage, because they needed this breather. If they were playing this first round playoff game a week after that Big 12 championship, this is not the same conversation. It would be Michigan, no doubt about it. The depth just out physical TCU. So that extra breathing, that extra, take a deep breath and preparation, I think it bodes well for TCU. But at the same time, I think Michigan has all the tools and all the ingredients for the recipe to beat TCU. I don't think this is going to be a blowout by any means, but I do have Michigan with a convincing win. I would say 10 points, something like that. The only way that I can see TCU winning this game is if, and it's possible, what I'm about to say is very, very possible. Max Duggan has the best game of his entire career. He throws for 300 yards and runs for 150 yards. That's how TCU can beat Michigan. And is it possible? Yes. I don't think Michigan's defense is going to allow that to happen.
Well, TCU has to find a way to neutralize Donovan Edwards too.
Yes.
Because Donovan Edwards has been the it factor now for the last 2 games with Corum going down. And he's been beating people with his legs, especially in the second half. So you have to find some way to contain Donovan Edwards. And if you do, the backup running backs are not very good, right? Stokes and Gash, they really haven't proven themselves. So you've got to, if you can contain Edwards and you can definitely fend off the backups, because Edwards can't be out there every single snap. Then TCU's got a shot.
Well, and also if TCU can out big play Michigan, because you go back and watch the Michigan-Ohio State game, it came down to 4 or 5 plays where Michigan, busted it for 45 more yards for a touchdown on one play. So if TCU can keep those big plays from happening and then turn around and put some big plays on Michigan, that could make Jim Harbaugh very, very nervous because let's be honest, Jim Harbaugh, he's not the best as far as responding whenever he gets punched in the mouth. He's good at punching in the mouth, but he's not good at taking a punch in the mouth.
Well, I'll let John respond to that.
Yeah. So I think you're right until 2021. I think you're spot on from 2015 to 2020. And I think some of that had to do with Don Brown, because when Mike McDonald and now Jesse Minter especially have come in, their second half adjustments have been great. And so I think that that's part of it. And also, like, there have been at least 5 or 6 games in the last 2 years which old Jim Harbaugh would have lost. So Illinois, old Jim Harbaugh would have lost that game a couple weeks ago, in my opinion. The game against Penn State last year, old Jim Harbaugh could have lost the Maryland game too. Possibly. I do think Illinois for sure. Penn State last year is another example. Penn State with the Cade to Eric All play that won that game. That's a game that old Harbaugh loses. So I do think he's improved. And part of that has to do with the physicality, the run game. He's gone back to the Stanford playbook that he's really familiar with. So I think that's a big part of it is now he's back to that kind of run heavy, what he's comfortable with, and just finding ways to play with that where they can have success. So I would say it's a little different these last 2 years.
Mark, I know you got to run early, so I'll let you get your final thoughts in and let you bounce, buddy.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for the invite. The only reason I would push back somewhat on the old Jim Harbaugh blowing those games would be old Jim Harbaugh won the games that he was supposed to win and couldn't get over the hump in the games that he was generally an underdog. He didn't lose as a favorite much, because you don't finish in the regular season 9-3, 10-2, 8-4, 10-2, 9-3 by losing too many games that you were the favorite. So I get your point. There's obviously been changes. He has reinvented himself and allowed his coaching staff to help him reinvent the program and build an identity and do all those things. And some of it,
I'm thinking of like the 14-13 Iowa, win at Kinnick. I'm thinking of the Utah. I mean, Utah was like his first game in 2015, but like games like that where you win that game even by 1 point, and the whole dynamic of the entire season is different, right? And now we're seeing that in 2022 where he is winning those games.
Point. Yeah, Michigan, TCU, I had a point there, but it's gone. It's long gone. But I do think that, Michigan's the better team. I do think TCU has a better than puncher's chance. A lot of the things that we're sizing up for TCU, not to get ahead of ourselves, but if they would somehow pull out this win, we might see a really ugly national championship game because they might be shot.
That's what I'm worried about. Because this breather does give them a better chance than usual to beat Michigan. But if they were to beat Michigan, they're going to be wiped out because of the energy that they would have to, put out to beat Michigan, because Michigan is a very, very physical team, and everybody's expecting them to have to play Georgia in the national championship. And that's I agree with you, Mark. Maybe everybody better, and no offense to my TCU fans, but maybe everybody better hope that Michigan wins this game, because it could be a lopsided national championship. And that's not disrespecting TCU. It's just they don't have the depth. And you could see the regular season really wear on them towards the end of the Big 12 championship.
And if I'm TCU, I'm still making J.J. McCarthy beat me. I'm not letting Donovan Edwards run for 8 and 10 yards a clip over and over and over. And if he throws a 65-yard touchdown in the first quarter, so be it. We may think about adjusting, but let's sell out against the run and put our corners out there and make them connect on plays that they generally haven't connected on.
I would agree with that 100%.
And Michigan may still run on them. They may load the box, but I'd at least try. I'd at least say we're going to sell out and stop what you do best, because we know this is what you want to do.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Well, there are some keys out there for a TCU win. There are some keys out there that would definitely provide for a TCU win. I just think Michigan, being as physical as they are, and the depth difference between Michigan and TCU is definitely in favor of Michigan. So TCU needs to do some things really, really well. A lot of things really, really well to beat Michigan.
The thing that seems to be a point that has held true through the playoff era is that if TCU was playing Michigan during the regular season, are they better than Illinois? Are they better than Maryland, teams that almost beat Michigan or were competitive, at least in Maryland's case? I don't think they almost beat them, but they were highly competitive. Well, absolutely they are. But it seems as though the reason we get these LSU, Oklahoma, where LSU's got 7 touchdowns at halftime, they completely were they beating teams that weren't as good as Oklahoma like that in the SEC in the regular season, like Auburn? And no, they were winning by 7-10 points. It seems as though when you take the best players and the best teams and you amplify the stakes of the game and the intensity, that there's just this separation where if Michigan's going to beat TCU by 7-10, in the regular season, where it just separates, I don't think Georgia beats Michigan as easily as they did in the playoffs if they played a regular season game. If Michigan's in the SEC and they're playing, Georgia had closer games against other teams that weren't as good as Michigan in the regular season. I just think the intensity and the laser focus and just separates those elite athletes and teams, and the depth and everything else involved that causes this separation of teams in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can definitely see the cream rise to the top. And again, that's not trash talking TC or anything like that. It's just, it is what it is.
No, TC is a great team.
They have more NFL caliber players on the team. That's what it is. Michigan and Georgia. So
Well,
Ohio
if we're gonna
State
go with NFL
is
caliber
the biggest
players, I'm
question
gonna
mark
feel better
because they
about our
also have a
chances.
ton of talent, but everybody is doubting Ohio State. Can the Buckeyes silence everybody and stun Georgia? If you really think about it, it shouldn't be a stunner because Ohio State has just about as much talent as Georgia, and their defense is much improved from last year. So maybe this is not a given win for Georgia like everybody is thinking. That's the other side of the coin that a lot of people are overlooking.
Hey, the one thing I think Wolverines and Buckeyes can all agree on is we would love to see a national championship rematch.
That would be crazy, and it's
That
possible.
would be fun.
They're both in. All they have to do is win one game, and we're going to see a rematch of one of the best rivalries in all of college football. Before y'all get out of here, let everybody know who you are, where everybody finds you, and what you do. We'll start with the One Scoop, John.
Yeah. So thank you so much, GBD, for having me and for getting to be with Mark. That's always a fun time. So you can find me at John Diadamo on Twitter. I'm also, obviously, I do a lot of stuff with the Voice of College Football. I've been doing the College Football After Dark. I also have done a series called the Review Preview on D4 Sports. Which we did all season. So if you go back, you can watch us break down film. It's really cool because he's a defensive coordinator. So he really brings that perspective of it. So that was really fun to do this season. So you can kind of find me bouncing around everywhere, and you never know.
Good job, John. Hey, I appreciate you filling in for me, man. We had some family things.
Absolutely. Happy to
real
do
life stuff. Mark Rogers, the voice of college football, really doesn't need any introduction, but you never know. There might be that one person that's been living under a rock.
Oh, there's a lot of people out there. The subscriber base could always be a lot higher, that's for sure. But GBD, always appreciate you. Always appreciate the invite. It was great talking to John, talking Big Ten football. Always love that. So if you have a favorite team, we probably have a channel for you. So we got a main channel, the Voice of College Football. As John mentioned, these guys have put together a phenomenal Sunday night show, College Football After Dark. It's just a fun look at college football and everything, all the major storylines and narratives out there. We've got, I'm not going to run down all the team channels, but most of the major teams, we're still working on more, but we want to do well with the ones that we have. So we're going to push forward with that. So people are always asking me, can't you start an Arkansas channel or a TCU channel? Or
hey, if you got a sponsor. Hey, if someone at Arkansas wants to sponsor.
Yes, get a sponsor. We will start it immediately. I may even drop another one. But yes, I got too many right now. I want to do those well. So we're still in that mode. So you can catch me at the Voice of College Football. And also our number of team channels and the shows that we do each week: Florida State, Miami, Michigan, Ohio State, Nebraska, Iowa, West Virginia, Oklahoma, USC. I think I got them all. Those are on various times throughout the week where we focus obviously on those teams with beat writers and media people that cover those teams on a daily basis. So we have a good time.
Awesome stuff. Appreciate you guys jumping on. And we're going to transition from the Big 10 to the Big 12. Y'all enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and I appreciate you guys helping me out. Awesome.
Thanks, GBD.
That's right. We are not stopping. That's only a small, 5-second break. On to the Big 12. Let's start talking about the Big 12. We're going to bring on Clint Foster. I've been looking forward to bringing this guy on for a very long time. Dude, you have a knack for what you do. I laugh almost the stuff that you put out on your channel is
almost
freaking awesome. Freaking awesome. I love your personality. I love what you do. I love how you do it, how you present it. Awesome stuff. Along with Clint Foster, we're going to bring on Paul Catalina from 365 Sports. What's going on, guys?
Oh, I'm just sitting here watching the Cowboys play with their food against the Texans. It's kind of interesting. They're letting the worst team in the NFL hang around and feel confident. A very Cowboys thing to do when they have good teams. So
all right, I probably butchered up some information, so I'm going to let you guys tell everybody who you are, where they can find you, what you do, all that good stuff. We'll start with Clint Foster.
Right on, yeah, and thanks for having me on, GBD. I really appreciate it. I've been looking forward to this. I have a YouTube channel that I do mostly during the season TCU content, comedic TCU content, like reactions to games, what were fans feeling during this game, during that moment. But I do a lot of Big 12 themed sketches as well and skits during the off season. You might have seen my Thanksgiving. I do an annual Thanksgiving video. What if all the Big 12 teams got together for Thanksgiving dinner and how that went down. And I'm on Twitter at Clint_Foster55, firing off bad takes left and right. Doing the best I can to, clog up the Twitter sphere with that nonsense. Right now I'm just walking around on a cloud, man. I'm pumped. Happy days are here again in Fort Worth, and feeling perhaps too confident going into the Fiesta Bowl. We can get into that though.
Well, we're definitely going to get into it.
Paul
Catalina, buddy.
I don't think you feel too confident. I think it's a good matchup for you, and we'll talk about it. But I'm Paul Catalina. I'm on 365 Sports every weekday, 3 to 6. You can find our stuff, 365 Sports on YouTube. I'm at Paul Catalina on Twitter. I know Craig's going to join us here eventually too, so he's one of my co-hosts. So that's where you can find us. You can find him at Craig Smoke on Twitter. So. And Craig hops in, I'm sure he'll promote himself that way. He's actually a really good Twitter follow for really informative stuff. I am not. I'll just tell you right now. Most of the stuff you're going to see on my Twitter is just direct show stuff. I made a vow to myself a couple years ago that I was going to do double birds to engaging on social media, other than if somebody contacts me. Like if you contact me, sure, we'll have a conversation. I might throw something out there, but I've found it a very unproductive use of my time for the most part. So it's self-promotion or company promotion only for me, mostly on social media. I found it exhausting having to deal with how the world is,
It gets redundant a lot. A lot.
Mm.
So Big 12 back in the playoffs. And
back
first Texas team. Just saying, first Texas team.
Who saw TCU going to the playoffs this year? Now, listen, I always admit when I have a bad take on something and when I absolutely blow up a bad prediction. Now, I did great. I did pretty good. I hit a lot of teams, but there was two teams. There was two teams that I messed up badly this year. Badly. The first team, my team, West Virginia. I thought we made a lot of great offseason changes on the offensive side of the ball. I thought our defense was going to be fine as usual, but obviously I was wrong. I thought West Virginia had a chance to go either 8-4 or 9-3. Obviously, I was way wrong on that. We went 5-7. And the second team that I was completely off was TCU. I thought TCU was going to have an identity crisis. I thought, the adjustment period between Gary Patterson and Sonny Dykes was going to be a wide chasm. And I had TCU down at the bottom of the Big 12, possibly finishing last, not getting to a bowl. Wow, I was wrong on both. I was made to look absolutely stupid on both of those. So thank you, West Virginia, my own team, for making me look stupid. And thank you, TCU, for making me look stupid. I really appreciate that. But what about TCU fans? How did y'all see anything like this coming this year?
I'll tell you what, man, I am Mr. Optimism, and you're not going to find a person with more purple shaded glasses than me, but nobody saw playoffs coming. The party line was, hey, 8 wins. We're going to be really happy with 8 wins. Get us back on track. Because, the identity crisis you referenced had been going on for the past 4 years, right? Right. Coach P, he has a statue on campus for a reason. I worked for the guy as an equipment manager while I was in school for 4 years. He's the greatest coach in TCU history. But for the past 4 years, there had been an identity crisis. And from all the things that I had heard is that things had gotten fairly toxic within the program, not a lot of good feelings. So it was really just a dramatic vibe change. And, TCU fans, we joke all the time about Sonny Dykes must have a list in his desk of here's all the things that Coach P was doing that nobody liked. I'm going to do the opposite of that, right? Just like wall-to-wall media access, fun videos, the practices the kids are having fun at. There's no more like military type atmosphere, high-flying, high-scoring offense. completely changed the defensive scheme. And you've seen the results of that. I mean, it's literally far surpassed any of our wildest dreams. My wildest, I mean, you know, dear Santa, this is what, if everything goes right, I was like, maybe we could get 10 wins and, you know, finish second in the Big 12. You know, maybe, if it's a wide open Big 12 like I thought it was going to be. But never playoffs. And, you know, we're all, one of my friends said this after the Big 12 championship, all TCU fans have abandonment issues. After 2014, after being held out as a non-BCS school all those years that we were good enough to play in a national championship, didn't get an opportunity to. So when we lost that Kansas State game, we were all convinced it's over. It was all for nothing. They're not going to let us in. They're going to find an excuse to put Alabama in. This is it, right? But man, it's all worked out pretty dang good. And now we've got our first bye since September 17th. Are you kidding me?
That's
Finally,
crazy.
An opportunity to get healthy. And
you need it. You need it.
Yeah.
Max Duggan was sucking wind at,
Yes.
at the end of the Big 12 championship.
Well, that's because he was the only guy running for a little bit. It's like the rest of the guys. The rest of the guys were like, "Hey, Max, fix this for us." Clint, I'll just tell you, you know, the familiarity I have with the TCU program, I'll tell you, has gotten a lot more, and I've covered them, you know, going back to radio and this for a long time. And people who watch our show know this. I do not care for Gary Patterson one iota. I think he is one of the biggest slimeball jerkwad D-bags I've ever met in my life. He's a psycho, and I have no problem saying that. Look, he deserves that statue. He did a lot of great things for TCU, but the dude lied to me and Smokey to our face one time and didn't think we'd be smart enough to check it out. And from that day forward, I was like, I'm not buying your act, buddy. Like everything that, like, everybody's against me. It's all a conspiracy. Dude, you're a college football coach. No one gives an S about you. No one cares. Like, just go about your business, win the games, and be a good coach. Like, that was the thing that drove me nuts about it. And I've always liked Sonny Dykes. Now, my bias has shifted in that for our show, we got Gary Patterson that one time at Big 12 Media Days. He lied to us, and we never really kind of wanted him back. It was like, well, you know, and I'll even tell you the lie here in a second. So, but Sonny Dykes is nothing but great to every human being he ever encounters. And he's accountable. The staff's accountable. The players are accountable, as opposed to, and you saw it a lot last year, when TCU would lose, it was, well, there was a conspiracy, a plan for SMU to beat up Jerry Kill. There was, you know, like all these things going on. It's like, buddy, get out of your basement. Like, and I think what Gary's doing right now in Austin, where they lock him in a room with videotape, let him go play his songs on 6th Street, is probably where he needs to be at this point in his life. Because I don't think he can handle being a head coach anymore and being like compassionate and genuine and to an era of kids that needs that. You know, this is not where you grew up, and I don't think he saw that. And the best example of that is, and Clinton, you know this, Max Duggan used to be kind of a nut bar out there, in that he would get so emotional and worked up that they'd have to take him out of games just to calm him down. Now, like, I don't even know who that guy is. Like, he's gone. Max is the coolest, smoothest dude out there. Nothing bad ever happens. If it's, you know, we'll fix it. That's kind of how he was. He was straight up and down just a tension monster under Gary Patterson. And Sonny Dykes has just changed all that. What Gary Patterson did do, to his credit, though, was build a super talented team that most of the country didn't realize that he had. Like, if you were around, that's just one of the reasons everybody thought, like, if you were in the Big 12, especially like Baylor, Tech, Texas, you know, we all knew, right? We all knew that TCU was good and talented and had these players. Heck, you know, I covered Travius Hodges Tomlinson in high school. You know, we did Midway. Craig and I do Midway. And so we knew him well. Like, we knew this guy's a stud that nobody knows about. We knew that Quentin Johnston's a stud. You know, he's from Temple. Jared Wiley coming in was a huge thing. But like, we knew all these players, like, seeing them, like, these are good players. They're underachieving. Sonny Dykes certainly raised that level and has made, I mean, it's like, unless this coming a guy who covers Baylor, I didn't go to Baylor, but covers Baylor, has made that program immensely more enjoyable and tolerable than it was under Gary Patterson. And yeah, I just, and I'll tell you the lie real quick that he told before I make one comment about West Virginia.
That's what I've been waiting on right here.
Yeah. So the lie so we were about to go to Cowboys training camp. We were Big 12 Media Days. We're going to Cowboys training camp. And it was when Art Briles was the coach at Baylor. And Oh dear God, Jack just threw a pick. Anyway, Gary told us after our interview, he's like, no, Art Browse and I get along, because we asked him, like, what's this?
That's the lie.
He said, yeah. He goes, we get along. Me and our wives, we went to vacation together. And I was like, that's weird. Well, Bryles had already come in the day before and gone, so we couldn't ask him. And it would have been kind of an off-the-record thing with him anyway. And so at the time, Art's daughter, Jancy, was in PR with the Cowboys. And so we went to Oxnard the next day. We walk in the office to get our credentials. And as I'm walking out, I'm like, because it bothered me. I mean, really did bother me. This is a dude who Gary Patterson accused of cheating by running the same play that they run. And how would he know that unless he watched them at practice? And I thought, well, he's got game film of you, so he could have done that. It wasn't like some kind of trick play. It was just a zone read out of a double tight end set. And I was like, man, that's a weird thing. And this is also in a game after they beat them by 34 points. But by TCU beat Baylor by 34. So I always thought it was weird. So I go say, hey, Jancy, Gary Patterson told us that your parents and he and his wife go on vacation together. And she said, no. One time they were on the same chartered private plane to a coaching convention like 2 years ago. Like, no, they've never been on vacation. It was in the Hilton Head, South Carolina. So it was at a resort, but it wasn't, it was one of those kind of things. And I was like, well, after that, I was like, well, you clearly think I'm an idiot, Gary Patterson. So
what was the point of that lie?
Yeah, there was no point in it other than to just
I think he was trying to tamp down the drama surrounding the two of them, because that was literally, I mean, TCU and Baylor, there's no love lost between the two programs throughout history, but that was the peak of the hatred. And, we don't need to open the Art Browse can of worms and all that stuff. And Coach Pete, never a friend of the media. He acted like he was guarding nuclear secrets when it came to practice and, just the most basic information. So I feel like that was just really a ham-fisted attempt at, there's no story.
Good word. Ham-fisted.
By the way, guys, if y'all hear a racket in my studio, there was just an 85-inch TV delivered. I'm in a different studio, and my brother ordered a massive TV. So just to let y'all know, I'm okay. There's nothing wrong going on right now. We just had a massive TV delivery. Continue. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. By the way, my comment on West Virginia was before the year, I was just cautious about, hey, West Virginia fans, let's not get excited about JT Daniels. Like when you're at your third or fourth place, there's a reason. He couldn't win the job at a bad USC team. He lost the job to a walk-on at Georgia. Okay, and as much as Stetson Bennett did for them, if JT Daniels was better, Stetson Bennett would not have been in New York last night. He would have been, working on his, insurance company that he's going to run there in Athens after his career's over. And West Virginia saw it by the end of the year. JT Daniels is an okay quarterback, but I think you wound up, kind of taking a lateral move. At quarterback.
And we paid him $850,000.
Yeah, that's the other thing. When a guy who's 21 years old or 22 years old wants a personal chef, at that point, I'm like, look, I get that you want money, and I get that like getting a house would help that out, and that there's alumni in every city in the country that could easily, TCU, Baylor, you name the city. There's a big alumni who has 25 rent houses that are nice and available that they can just give to somebody right there, no problem. But saying like, I would also like a personal chef. I've been like, okay, dude, you know what?
That's a little much. I think what we saw at the end of the year is what West Virginia needs to stick with, because whenever I did my research, I was like, how come I didn't notice this before? Every time West Virginia has been successful, it's when we've ran the spread RPO. I mean, it's like clockwork. Every single time we had a dual threat quarterback, we didn't need a statue like JT who could, bomb it 30, 40 yards. It's just somebody who had a decent enough arm and could make something out of nothing whenever the play starts to break down, because we all know West Virginia doesn't recruit at an elite level, okay level, but not elite. And we saw at the end of this season, when we transitioned to Garrett Green and Nico Markle and we did the spread RPO, we started having success again. So for West Virginia fans, and I've been making videos on this for the past, month, whether you love the spread RPO or you don't like it at all, that doesn't matter. That's just how West Virginia has had success. So I think that's what we need to stick with. Otherwise, we could be spinning our wheels for a long time. So what Neil Brown needs to do is what Rich Rod did. Okay, we're doing spread RPO. Let's recruit specifically to spread RPO.
I agree with you. I think they need to do that. I think that I think maybe Neil Brown, part of the time when you run the spread RPO, you have to have a defense that can maybe run a little bit more because you're going to be running shorter things. So I think he overestimated the quality he had on defense this year in particular to match that offense. And so they didn't stop the run. Well, they didn't stop anything, as you know, for the most part all year. So
have you ever seen the middle of a field of any defense be that wide open, whether it's the run or the passing game? I've seen some bad defenses, but I have never seen between the hash marks become that wide open on every stinking play, whether it was a run play or a pass play.
I'll tell you, I saw two teams do it in 2013, 12, whenever it was, 2013 to 70-63 game. I saw two teams do that in Morgantown.
Yep,
yeah, it wasn't just the whole middle of the field. It was like there was only 11 guys playing at a time, and they were all on offense for either team.
They were playing against the air. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so that game was ridiculous. Phil Bennett still has nightmares about that. He'll tell us.
I made this year's defense comparison to all the Dana Holgorsen defenses because he didn't put out one solid defense. This defense was worse than any really bad defense that Dana Holgorsen put out there. And at least with Dana Holgorsen, we had an offense that was good enough to get us to a bowl. That's what I was saying to people this year. Man, our defense was so bad that it would have taken a top 10 offense just to get to a bowl.
Yeah. Well, Clint, tell me about TCU. TCU's defense last year was really abysmal. Yes. And surprisingly enough, because it was like, that was what I think really undid Gary Patterson in that they, look, if you're the defensive guy and your defenses are always good, then you can be the QAnon head coach and, have all these conspiracy theories. But at the end of the day, when the thing you're good at, Jimbo Fisher's dealing with this right now in College Station. If the thing you're good at, you're not good at anymore, then all that other stuff pops up because, again, we've seen this TCU defense. They have a couple of new players, but one of their best ones went to Nebraska, and they're much better on defense this year than they were last year.
Yeah, you're totally right, Paul. I mean, that was really, I think, the straw that broke the camel's back because you factor in the off-field craziness with the 4 subpar years. And now we're not even good at defense. We're not even SMU ran all over us in that game last year.
Yep.
So that is absolutely what undid him. And it's literally just I cannot sing Joe Gillespie's praises enough. He has been a fantastic defensive coordinator, excellent with halftime adjustments. And it's been a shift that doesn't seem that big of a shift to the average fan, but is a big shift for the players on the team, going from a 4-2-5 to a 3-3-5 that West Virginia is used to seeing, right? Mm-hmm. And this whole idea of spill and kill, right? Whereas with Coach P's defenses, it was all about aggression, and you're undersized, but you're fast, and you're blitzing the gaps, and you're trying to put as much pressure in the backfield as possible. Whereas with a 3-3-5, you're clogging holes, forcing the plays outside, and then your linebackers and safeties clean up the mess, right? And that very perfectly played into the personnel we had. There was a huge concern going into the year. Do we have the defensive linemen to do this? Because, you saw O'Shawn Mathis transfer. You saw Kari Coleman transfer. Those were our 2 best defensive ends. Very undersized guys, fast guys. But Dylan Horton was an absolute revelation at defensive end, had an incredible year. This is a guy who was recruited to New Mexico as a safety and just has filled out beautifully and played a great defensive end role. We also had Dominic Williams, who started the season at 17 and has been an excellent nose tackle for us. And our linebackers, Johnny Hodges is one of the big transfers that we got from Navy. Ended up being the Big 12 newcomer of the year on defense, right? Absolutely great in run support. And Mark Perry at safety from Colorado, another great player in run support. Everybody else was already there.
Yeah.
Well, except for Josh Newton. That was a big one as well. But yeah, it's just slight shift in scheme. Looking at your roster and saying, hey, how can I put these guys in a position to succeed? You know, that wasn't something that was necessarily happening for the last 4 years. It was more trying to force a square peg into a round hole. You know what I mean?
No,
How do you feel about this matchup between TCU and Michigan? Because, you know, I was talking Big Ten in my Big Ten segment before this, and the recipe to beat TCU is being really, really physical, which is what Kansas State did in the Big 12 championship. I do think that this breather benefits TCU because they were gassed at the end of that championship game. How does TCU overcome the physicality of Michigan in that first round playoff game?
I don't know. I don't think anybody overcomes it. I think you have to kind of maybe match it. Like you just have to be, and TCU can do that. I think that part of it might be, you know, maybe jumping out and getting some big plays. I think Quentin Johnston and the other wide receivers will be big in that. Like it's going to have to be him because he matches up well. It's going to have to be Tay Barber, making big plays to maybe put Michigan behind it a little bit to where they can't necessarily just ground and pound on you. I think that, but I do think that TCU matches up. I mean, the recruiting rankings of TCU and the other three teams are going to be, you know, 1 star down average across the board, right? But I still think that they match up really well. The best matchup for them would be, I think, Ohio State in the first round. I mean, obviously, Ohio State, you know, is the 4th team, and they're really super talented. But I think that they can match their style a little bit. And obviously, nobody wants to play Georgia and Michigan anyway. But I do think they match up well. Clint, I think Max can keep it, you know, pretty tight. I think that they have big enough plays. And again, if you don't let Donovan Edwards go get loose on you, then I think you can keep that here, you know. But part of it is don't get punched in the mouth over and over again. You've got to respond in kind.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. Little old TCU is playing a Big Ten team in a big bowl out west. No one's giving him a chance against. This Big Ten team has a dominant run game, future NFL pass rusher, and TCU has a redheaded quarterback.
Okay, yes.
You might have heard this story before in a game called the Rose Bowl when I was a sophomore at TCU. All right, and that one turned out pretty good for us. Mm-hmm. I am absolutely feeling very good going into this game with the break, with the good juju, with the vibes. Okay, this passes the vibe check for me, absolutely. And TCU has been a physical team this year. I mean, I feel like we have been one of the more physical teams in the Big 12. And when faced with dominant running games, we held Bijan Robinson to 29 yards. Okay, so this isn't like we're walking into completely uncharted waters. Is it going to be an easy win? Absolutely not. But I do think that we can win this game. Georgia, I feel a little differently about. I'm not super confident about Georgia. But Michigan,
I was going to say, let's take the next step. Let's say TCU does beat Michigan. Does this set up for an ugly-looking national championship game because TCU has to once again gas up the tank and hopefully, at least match the physicality of Georgia as well?
I don't think anybody really matches up well with Georgia. I think they proved that. But then the point of the playoff is that, look, we don't know who's going to play in these games. You know, honestly, who's going to get dinged up in the playoff game? Who's going to, what matchup does TCU have that they can exploit against Georgia that Georgia hadn't even had to think about? Those kind of things happen because these teams, all 4 of them, well, 2 of them know each other like the back of their hand, but 2 of them, the ones outside the conference, you don't know them at all, really, right?
He's never played Michigan ever.
Yeah, they never played each other, So yeah, it's I don't think it's the the end of the world. Now look, Georgia, everybody's afraid of the SEC, and they should be afraid. I get it. Georgia's really good, but that's why you play the game. That's why it's there. They got to beat Michigan first, and I do think that the powers that be in that room really would love to see Georgia and Michigan in the final just because the rating will be off the charts because of 2 massive schools. But even still, TCU's just shown that they've lost 1 game this year, and it took this close in overtime to not scoring a touchdown.
It's like a screw job is what it said.
Bad play calling. Bad play calling. I didn't understand. Like, if you're going to go for it with that short down and distance,
Quarterback
sneak it twice.
Yeah, quarterback sneak it.
Quarterback sneak it and get 6 inches on 2 plays, then you shouldn't be trying.
Or if he's that gassed, I know that Chandler Morris hasn't played all day, but if all you're going to do is sneak the ball, then just put Chandler in and have him sneak it. That's all you're going to do.
And, behind pushing.
Yeah, that's that, and I know that especially why would you pull Max out after the heroics? But if he can barely stand up, then go just put Chandler in and have him sneak it, run, or I'm sure they've got some sort of wildcat package, right?
Oh God,
oh yeah,
that's bad.
What they call it, wild toad?
Is
it wild toad?
Yeah. So. Yeah, I don't know.
The wild frog is kind of a dirty word among TCU fans these days.
What about teams in the Big 12, good or bad? What teams have surprised y'all the most? Whether it was, man, we didn't expect them to be that bad, or wow, we didn't expect them to be that good. Not counting TCU. Counting TCU.
Oklahoma. I thought there would be a dip, but I thought the dip would be 9-3. I just thought that they're going to lose some games. I know that offense very well, having seen it, and I know that in the first year, if you're on the defensive side of the ball, no matter how good your defensive coordinator is, there's an adjustment to how little they care about you. As far as you having wind and all that, it's not a conscious thing, but they just don't care. And I think Oklahoma fans were complaining about this. It was pretty funny seeing this. There were games where they needed to slow it down. And that offense doesn't practice that way. So if you ever watch that, the Briles offense, that just go, in the moments where they absolutely have to slow it down to win, you watch them and it's like they've got ants all over their body. They're gotta go. No. You have 40 whole seconds. You can just let it go. And then you can run that same play. It's fine. It's the same, 30 seconds from now as it is now. Just let the clock run down. You're just going to run the ball, right? So just run the ball and let it come down. That one was surprising to me. Iowa State being so bad on offense was really surprising to me.
Special teams.
Yeah, it's just teams. Baylor was, I think, a surprise to pretty much everybody that they took such a huge step back. And look, they're going to have to, and you'll see, they're going to have a kind of a culling of that roster right now. And, you'll see some guys who you haven't contributed by now in your second year or so off the recruiting class. They're going to maybe, last year they got 2-3 guys out of the portal. This year, I think they'll get 7 or 8 out of the portal to kind of refresh that roster. Plus, they're losing most of the offensive and defensive line anyway. So that was a big surprise because I didn't think that they would. I thought they would contend and maybe and be in the Big 12 title game again because I had that much faith in what they had coming back, but I didn't think, and the coaches didn't think either. Nobody kind of picked their that they lost so much leadership and toughness. I think that that
physicality too.
Yeah, and Oklahoma State, I didn't really think it was all that bad. They just had a ton of injuries to overcome. But if you look at what's going on in the portal right now, they're not just losing guys who are middling in playtime. They're losing their best running back, their starting quarterback, their starting safety, their starting defensive end, starting linebacker. They're losing players who are going to go help people win games. So
could we be seeing a Gary Patterson situation, where
maybe
coach has been there so long and then next year they fall on their face again and it's time to move on. I mean, they literally just saw TCU get rid of one of the best, if not the best coach that they've ever had success-wise. 20 plus year, was it 30 years? I know it was at least 20 years he's been there.
20, it was 22 years. He
22 years.
2001 was his first year.
There's only one statue of a football coach on that campus, and it's not of the one who won the national championship in 1938.
There is a statue of Dutch Meyer.
Oh, there is? Okay. Okay.
But still, we could be looking at that in Stillwater, Oklahoma, because it's not just how bad of a step back they took. It's now they're losing a ton of players in the transfer portal, and we're hearing players complain about the coach. And basically, I mean, almost the same exact thing that we heard coming out of Fort Worth before Gary Patterson was let go. I don't think that they get rid of him this year, but if they fall flat on their face again next year, we could see another decision because TCU just set the precedent. Hey, yeah, we had a coach, historic coach, was here over 20 years, but man, if you make the right decision, if you got the talent, you could find yourself in the playoffs. So they set the precedent to where this could happen more and more.
I think with and I peg this into Mike Gundy and Dabo Swinney in particular are kind of similar. Dabo's obviously more accomplished with the rings and all, but and he looked like he might be having a little bit more fun at the end of the year than Dabo was in spite of the struggles. But I think that the world is changing, and you either have to adapt, or if you have money like Mike Gundy and Dabo Swinney do, because they've probably complained about the new world of college football more than most.
Yep.
I could see them pulling a Bob Stoops and going, look, I don't want to walk into a kid's living room and already have to have a business proposal out there. It used to be, do you want to come here and win and get ready to be a professional football player? That's what the pitch used to be. Here's what we can do for you. Now it's not only that, it's how much money can we get you? How much this can we get you? And I still think most kids aren't really worried about that. I think they know that, especially if you're a good enough or like a prospect at this level, you're going to get NIL about the same wherever you go. But it's the ones that are going to make you like really go into your coffers and really have to get in a bidding war that's going to drive the old school coaches nuts. I think it's just going to get them like, you know what? How much money do those guys have? They don't have to work. It's not like you have to coach to pay the mortgage. Like everything's going to be fine. So yeah, I could see them kind of bowing out of it. And with Mike Gundy, he's a different kind of dude anyway. I thought he came through his little I thought he came through his little t-shirt flap, the OAN t-shirt. I was surprised at how well that worked out for him. And it probably could have worked out because maybe he sat down with the kids on the team and go, okay, tell me what I'm missing here. But
could have played the oblivious card.
Yeah, but that's kind of a stupid thing to do when you wear that shirt and you've also told how much you like the network, and then you're like, I didn't know they didn't like Black Lives Matter. I'm like, I think they've have an actual show titled Black Lives Matter is fake, on OAN. So he kind of played that card a little bit, but he came through it. But you never know, man. Things change fast.
Yeah, and what coaches I've talked to, the thing that's the most maddening about this new atmosphere, even more so than the Wild West aspect of recruiting with the money, is having to recruit your own roster.
Yeah, over and over again, yeah.
Because that's what we're saying. The thing that's most eyebrow-raising about this Oklahoma State situation is Spencer Sanders, Dominic Richardson, all of these top players on their team all of a sudden are leaving, right? And, man, like at a certain point, it's like you're saying, you got to adapt, and you got to find a way to play this new atmosphere to your advantage, or you're going to get left behind.
So I wanted to ask a question that relates to a subject that I'm most known for on YouTube. All right, here we go, guys. Conference realignment. How confident are we that the Big 12 is going to go out and get some teams, whether it's the Pac-12, wherever, ACC if they dissolve, go out and get teams from other conferences without losing teams to other conferences? Are we confident? Are we not sure? Or is everything still a shot in the dark right now?
I don't think anybody can be 100% confident at all about realignment because you never know when it's going to come for you. The wheel spins, but I'm trying to put this like, okay, TCU's in the playoff. Baylor won the conference last year and they won the Sugar Bowl.
Yep.
And no one really wants them, right? Like, what about like TCU has the slight advantage of being in a major metropolitan market that other conferences may not be in, but there's a bunch of teams in that, like Kansas State, Iowa State, nobody really wants them, right? Nobody wants Houston. Nobody wanted UCF. Like, that's why they're there. And I'm not saying that in a negative fashion. They were overlooked for a reason. So the Big 12's actual safety is in the fact that they are good enough to be their own league. but not now that Texas and Oklahoma are gone, not big enough to where somebody going in and snagging one of those is going to help anybody. And as a matter of fact, I only think there's a couple of colleges in the entire country that could go and get snagged and make a difference for a league in a major way, right? And I think that you're probably down to 4 or 5, because to me, there's no difference between TCU when they joined the Big 12 and UCF when they're joining it now. I mean, TCU is resumes are very similar. A non-Power 5 teams that have won big bowl games, that have done things, that have kind of pushed things to the highest level. Yeah, they're going to have some ups and downs, but as soon as UCF adjusts to what they have to play every single week, they're going to be fine, right? Same with Houston. BYU is already a Power 5 team, correct? All of that. They're already at that level. Cincinnati was in the playoff last year. They'll figure it out when they fire Scott Satterfield 4 years from now and hire a guy who
terrible hire. I don't understand that.
But yeah, I do think they will add, whether that's the Pac-12 or Boise State, San Diego State, somebody like that. I don't know, but Brett Yormark is going to add some people. He's going to add value to the league, and he's going to that's his goal, is to create a league that is viable and can't get messed with anymore.
Right. Because I heard him say he wanted that 4th time zone. Do you think he's talking about Gonzaga or beyond that in football?
Surely it's a football school. Sure.
Yeah. I think Gonzaga, the basketball thing is more of, I think, a long-term vision of how can you grow that, like he said internationally the other day, how can you grow it internationally? But yeah, Clint, it's got to be a football school. It's got to be Boise State, right? It's got to be someone like that.
I mean, San Diego State's at least, you're getting some of that Southern California market.
Yeah.
They're a team that's been competitive for, a good number of years. I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense to add San Diego State, the 2 Arizona schools, because the Pac-12 is, the clock is ticking on the Pac-12 with USC and UCLA leaving. And then either Colorado, or I would really love to have Tulane. New Orleans, and get some of that Southeastern market in there. I would love to go to New Orleans every other year.
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of people say Tulane. Tulane, I don't think really wants to right now, because then that means that they've got to spend a bunch of money. So they've got to improve. Their facility is kind of nice, but it's not Big 12 nice. They've got to make it that. I think that was the thing that would keep Tulane out. Tulane doesn't want to. Memphis really wants in badly, but the problem is they just now started, they've got the remodel of the Liberty Bowl and all that on. So they're at that point now where Memphis is making that progress, and maybe they get in. But I still think that he's going to go west before he goes east, and the schools, I still think Stanford kind of wants to be in the Big Ten. I think that they kind of feel, hey, what about us? That's a very Big Ten-ish type school, all the way around.
Oh, that's relative.
Yeah.
If we're taking regional college football out of it.
No, yeah. But as far as their whole Michigan vibe, they like that kind of stuff. And so, but
the only pushback that I would have as far as the teams that we've talked about so far is the new TV deal says that if you add a group of 5, it's not guaranteed to add revenue. So you could just be adding more pieces of the pie instead of more pie to the pieces. I think the Big 12 could go after teams in the Pac-12 first, and then later, fill in with the San Diego State and a Memphis. And this hire by Colorado on Dion Sanders, that's increased Colorado's value through the roof as well. In fact, I've heard that's heated up tremendously.
Okay, I'm going to tell you that's bogus. That's totally bogus. Dion Sanders could be gone from Colorado 365 days from today if somebody hires him. So he brings no value in a TV deal because you don't know where he's going to be. He could go increase. If that's true, then the minute that he left Colorado and went to take over for Nick Saban in Alabama, does the SEC get more money? Or say he does 4 good years at Colorado and Jerry Jones wants him to be the head coach of the Cowboys. I don't think that's going to happen, but say he gets an NFL gig. He doesn't up the NFL TV deal. He doesn't they can't, you can't do that. That was Pac-12 fans trying to, oh yeah, this is the value of our league. Well, no, it's not. He still has to win there. Will he? Yes. But I'm sure he's going to win there, but he also
wanted there is a different story.
Yeah, he also won at Jackson State by getting Power 5 players down to the HBCU, right? Which was what the stated goal that he had was getting those guys to come back and play at HBCUs, and that's great. And I hope that continues to happen at every HBCU across the board, even though he's gone. But he's getting Power 5 guys to come to another Power 5 school. Well, I mean, you're going to play against Power 5 talent then. So, he's not going to come around and be 9-3, 11-1, 12-0. I mean, he's going to be better at Colorado because, geez, the three of us could be head coach and the two coordinators and get a second win out of Colorado. They were so bad. So I don't know.
Historically bad.
Yeah, historically bad. So, I don't think he adds, value to the TV deal because, again, that's a moving target. What the problem with the Pac-12 is that George Kliavkov will not admit is, everybody in the Big 12 wants to be in the Big 12 right now. Everybody in the SEC wants to be there. Everybody that's in the Big 10 wants to be there. Everybody that's in the ACC, for the most part, wants to be in the ACC. And if they don't, well, there's nothing they can do about it. They're locked into a TV deal until the 22nd century. So there's nothing they can do about it. So at the end of it, he's got the teams that are on the shakiest ground of how long do we really want to make this deal for and what do we want to commit to? Because the minute that something perks up, are we going to want to leave and leave as fast as we can? USC and UCLA only had to deal with 2 years of awkwardness. Texas and Oklahoma are now going to go on to their third and fourth years of awkwardness. So Oregon and Washington and Stanford, I don't think Cal's in that, but those three schools all probably want to leave. And then if you do that, then you've got Utah and Colorado, Arizona State that really look over to the Big 12 and say, hey guys, let's do this. But I just don't. That's what he knows. I mean, he knows it. He's not going to say it. It's just, but he's got people that are shaky, and don't really want to get locked in. It's like proposing to a girl and she's like, probably. 80-20
answer ever.
80-20. Like, well, I'm probably going to marry you. That's what Oregon and Washington are right now. Like, I mean, we'll probably do it, but it's going to have to be on our terms. So, they're right now going through the most complicated prenup in history to where, they're going to try to build it like some out into that contract to where if the Big Ten says, okay, now's the time, especially I think 2 years from now is going to be pretty interesting after we see that first round of the 12-team playoff and how that shakes out, how teams start to position themselves for the future. Like, how do we get into this? How do we maybe push it to 16? So that we make sure that we get into it, all of that, because we only have 2 years of the 12-team playoff for sure. And then after that, it might stay at 12, or they might go, hey, let's do 16 and really just start pouring money out.
So if you had a choice, all right, let's say you can take 4 teams, all right, group of 5 in play, Pac-12 in play, and let's say the ACC is in play. Let's say the number of teams needed to dissolve the ACC are there. They vote, and poof goes the ACC, all right? So you have 4 choices. This is your Christmas wish list. We'll call it that, all right, for conference realignment. Big 12 goes out. SEC, Big 10 off the board. Pac-12, ACC, group of 5. Who's your 4 teams? And it doesn't have to be the same 4. It doesn't have to be 4 teams out of the same conference. You can say 2 from this one, 2 from that one, whatever. Who would be the 4 best choices if all those teams were in play? Let's eliminate Clemson and Florida State from the ACC because they're kind of obvious. But as far as, keep in mind rivalry aspect, brand aspect, all that stuff, and what side of the Big 12 you want to go off of.
Clint, you go first.
Dang it. Well, see, what I'm sitting here trying to think about is it would be nice. West Virginia finally has its travel partner in Cincinnati and a little bit more of a natural rival. It would be nice if UCF had that. But, Clemson and Florida State are the 2 obvious ones there. Right. I mean, I guess Miami, but that feels like such a black sheep in the Big 12.
It is.
I mean, the 4 corner schools are fairly obvious, but Utah, I think with BYU in the mix, Utah brings less value. I mean, for for the aspect of retaining the rivalry, I would like to have Utah, but it's also BYU has a natural rivalry with TCU going back to the Mountain West. They're building a rivalry with Baylor. I think if you get Oregon, yeah, if literally anyone's on the table and this is like fantasy scenario, then like Oregon, Washington, and I guess Colorado and somebody on the East Coast. I don't know. Or Nebraska. Nebraska maybe instead of Colorado if we could get them back in.
Oh, Big Ten.
But you said Big Ten was off the table.
Oh, Big Ten's off the table. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. I would love to have Pitt and West Virginia playing each other. I mean, that game was freaking fun. I was so looking forward to that game this year.
That rivalry would make a lot of money for the Big 12.
It would. It would. I feel bad for UCF. They're just so out there on an island, like with nobody anywhere near them.
So
what are you going? Oregon, Washington, Miami, and Colorado? Is that what you're going with?
Let's sub out Utah for Colorado.
Okay, so Washington, Oregon, Utah, and Miami.
Yeah, just total
Okay.
fantasy.
I like it. I like it.
I'm gonna assume that if this is on the table, then Oregon and Washington would not even want to deign to come to the Big 12. Like they don't want
Fair.
it. Yeah. So
Fair.
that that's not their thing.
So attainable. We're going with attainable.
Yeah, I like attractive but attainable. You know,
Gotcha.
I'm not shooting for Heidi Klum here. I'm not like it's not gonna happen.
You'll land amongst the models if you shoot for Heidi Klum. You know?
Exactly. Yeah. And then but you know, JC Penney catalog. That's what I'm looking for. No, but I think actually you bring up Miami. I think Miami, as far as a school size fit, is like, because it's not a big school. Like it's the University of Miami, so people may think it's big, but it's about TCU size. You know, like they're similar. Baylor, like private school. Like I think Miami actually fits to bring them with UCF, and I would put Pitt in that if the ACC is going to dissolve. I think they have a more Big 12 vibe than they would winding up in the Big 10 or the SEC, because like if that happens, like North Carolina is probably going to go to the Big 10. You know, Florida State and Clemson will go to the SEC. You know, that if that scenario would happen, they'd be in the SEC at that point before we all knew about it. Like it would be like, hey, the ACC is falling apart and Clemson and Florida State are in the SEC today. Like,
yeah, we know we're in the SEC.
Yeah. We'd already have the patch already like in the morning. We'd be like, what happened? Like,
They're
oh yeah,
chanting SEC.
Yeah, exactly. So, but if I'm going west and to get in that fourth time zone, I'm going to take one group of five, because I am after all, after TCU and the other four schools, I am the developmental conference. I'm the Big 12. I grow people, right? I come in and we grow talent. You know, we've proven it. TCU's proven it. Cincinnati's already done it and they're coming in, you know. So I'm going to go get San Diego State. And then I am I think Arizona State of the four corner schools is the real sleeping giant. Like, I think that because they're in Phoenix, and it's like you can really get into LA for that. It is not let's just say Texas Tech, Oklahoma State, and Arizona State have a very similar academic vibe.
Oh yeah.
They're not terrible schools, but like, I'm not trying to knock their academics, but they're not Stanford, you know, and they're proudly not Stanford. Okay. Houston's kind of like that, you know, like those.
I'm firmly of the belief Texas Tech and Arizona State are actually the same school. Have we ever seen them in the same place at the same time?
Exactly. Just not like, you know, like through the dimension, like they're the same. Like you go through New Mexico, all of a sudden you're in fancy Lubbock and Tempe again, you know, right? So it's, I think Arizona State fits. I personally think that the Big 12, even if they brought back Colorado, even if Dion was there, should make them wait to the very last second, since they're the ones who left. Like, just, you know, the part of the reason that the Big 12 is in this predicament is that Colorado left. Now, the reason Colorado left is because of Texas. Like, all of this can be traced back to Texas. No matter what anybody says about the Big 12, the reason that TCU is now in the Big 12 after not being in it is Texas. The reason they weren't in it before was also because of Texas.
Well, and Richards.
And Richard and Baylor. Yeah, but Texas and Ann Richards were like, they're fine, up there. And that was Texas also trying to keep the Metroplex out of things, right? They wanted to own the Metroplex. And so keeping TCU and SMU out of it allowed them to go up and own the Metroplex, And I'm sure Oklahoma was like, oh, thank you. So all of this happened because of Texas, and they'll be gone. So maybe that would change things. So, every single bad thing that's ever happened to the Big 12, outside of things that universities do to themselves, happened to the league as a whole. The infighting, everything, 100% of it is because of Texas and the way that they unilaterally did things. So the SEC doesn't have that. Ohio State and Michigan can't even do it in the Big 10. Think about that. Like, those are schools that wield big sticks and I'm sure have real pompous alumni and big power brokers. And when it comes down to making conference decisions, they all move together. So Texas unilaterally does these things and cause this. So yeah, I'm not surprised that Colorado, when people ask them like, no, we don't want to go back. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Colorado be interested in doing it, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the other schools be like, no. Like, you don't know what it's been like since you've left.
Yeah. I would agree with that too, especially some of the rivals that Colorado play in the Big 12 aren't there anymore. So that value's like, I'm not sure. Colorado's more like, let me think about it. We are interested, but let me think about it. Hold on.
Yeah.
My 4 teams, of course, I'm going to be East heavy. I'm going to take Syracuse and Pitt for West Virginia. That's a great rivalry triangle. You add in Cincinnati. That's a nice core of rivalries for the East side. Add in a travel partner for UCF. I'll take Miami. And this one might surprise you, but I'm taking Washington State out of the Pac-12. They have a top 25 fan base. They have once USC and UCLA leaves the Pac-12, I think they have the largest, if not the second largest. So I think they would bring value. I know travel would be a little bit dicey, but, if West Virginia can do it, Washington State can do it. And I've talked to Washington State fans, and they'd be like, hey, if it means staying in a Power 5 conference, let's go Big 12. So I know they're in for it as well. I think Washington State would add – Washington State is what you'd call a sleeper. They add more value than people realize. I know they have a small football stadium, but as far as bringing eyeballs to the TV and bringing revenue to the TV deal, I think they add more than a lot of these teams. I think they add more than Utah, as surprising as that sounds. I think they add more than Colorado, Arizona State. So for the value aspect, I don't like adding to the West side, but if I'm going to add to the West side, I'm going to go for value. And I think Washington State is a great value for the West side of the Big 12.
Yeah, I would also think that this also, if you look at what the Big 12 added and the schools that they added, Orlando's a big market, Cincinnati's a big market and a growing market. Like, both those are really growing. Provo's not a big market, but the Mormon market is ever growing
everywhere
by the day.
The world is their market.
Yeah, exactly.
And other worlds.
Yeah, well. Exactly. Yeah, they're ever growing, and Houston is a behemoth of a city. So I would that's where schools like Oregon State, Washington State, and the like fall out, and Memphis becomes more interesting, or Arizona State becomes more interesting because they're sitting in Pittsburgh is more interesting because they're sitting in markets that can say we're in the top 50 or 60. And I think that's the easy way to look at it, right? You have a very deep way of looking at it, right? GBD, you're looking at it from, here it is. Well, the first thing that Brett, your market, anybody has to go in and do is say, hey, look at this. We're in Phoenix right now. Done deal. That's not a tough selling point, as opposed to when you go in and say, West Virginia, they had a lot of skins on the wall as far as where they'd been before and all that. The market probably never really even came into it because they were like, look, we just need, they want to come here. They're in a similar situation in the Big East. Let's just say yes right now and make sure this thing doesn't unravel. They were like, look, we're not going to wait. Like, we'll say yes before Louisville does. And like, okay, good. Okay, you guys are in.
Yep.
Not going to make us wait. And the schools, Pullman, Washington, Corvallis, Oregon are going to have to be like, well, I know it's not easy to get here, but we have a lot of people that watch us all over the place, but not really here around the area, So I think that's going to be the toughest thing for them.
Right. And that's fair too. I got you. And that's actually one of the main reasons why I consider Washington State is I kind of consider them kind of the same type of addition as, West Virginia. We have, I know.
Oh, it's very similar.
Have a national fan base, but for what we have a large fan base, and we have the 13th highest as far as percentage not located. You can't go by the population of West Virginia because we're number 13 as far as fan base located outside of the state of West Virginia.
Yeah.
But we're gonna
all right, I got to bounce. The fiance is back.
Y'all let everybody know who you are, where they can find you, what you do, and we're gonna transition.
Paul Catalina 365 Sports on Twitter at Paul Catalina. Look us up on YouTube, 365 Sports. GBD, thanks a lot. Clint, nice to meet you. I do love your stuff. I meant to tell you, you're a funny dude. So let's confab again and figure out some stuff we can always do together.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, Paul.
Yeah, good meeting you, Paul. And Clint Foster. No, there's just the two of us. You can find me on Twitter at Clint_Foster55. I make funny videos and sometimes funny tweets. On YouTube, you can just find me at Clint Foster. That's the name of my channel. Or if you search TCU fans, you're bound to find something. Lots of Big 12 themed stuff as well. I have more than a few West Virginia videos, surprisingly.
I am subscribed to this guy. It is awesome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so that's me. Man, appreciate you having me on, GBD. Really do.
Anytime, man. We got to do this again.
Absolutely.
Anytime. Good job, buddy.
See you around.
So we're going to transition over to the ACC. And first guest is going to be Pigskin Pete. I tried to get a hold of Coach Coop. That guy is tough to get a hold of. So you never know. He might answer me in the middle of this show and just pop on. We don't know. But here's what I want to do, Pete. All right. So I actually got to take a little bit of a break, if you know what I mean. Quick break. I'll be right back. So I'm going to give you the floor just for a minute, if you're okay with that. And I'll
all right. I don't know what you want me to say, but I'll say it. Yeah. I'll say
all right.
it.
Let me mute this so I don't want y'all to listen to me, do my business.
All right. Hey, what's up, everybody? Appreciate you guys having me on. I say you guys, I always lump in Joey Foster with Golden Blue Dude. They're like cut from the same cloth. They're like a team. So when I say thanks, you guys, I mean Joey Foster, of course, and Golden Blue Dude. What's up to everybody in the chat? I heard part of the show. I was doing some family stuff, so I didn't get to hear all of the conferences. But I don't know who those two guys that just came on were doing the Big 12. But man, I don't have the amount of energy in me to match that last guy. He did a great job, but man. It's usually by Sunday I'm wore out. This is like, how they call Sunday the day of rest. I'm usually resting on Sunday. This guy shot out of a cannon, man. Pete, you got to do cheers to the chat. All right, we'll do that then. Cheers to the chat. Yeah, we'll turn this into the Pigskin Pete show for a second here. I'm going to go back. I'm not going to go back like all the way because let's just see who's in here real quick. Zona Tucson 93, John Waffle. Sven Kruzberg, Ari Media, Paxton, Vic2 Productions, Clint Moses, Alan Aaron, Red Wine 65, Sorgy Stories. What's up, Sorgy? Red Wine 65. Again, Wet Blanket. Look who's Will. Will's here. Clemson 22. Clemson 22. I see Clemson 22 all over YouTube, everywhere except for my channel. He must not be a fan of Pigskin Pete, which is fun. It's not for everybody.
I am subscribed to Pigskin Pete. In fact, you were one of the first YouTube channels that I subbed to, you and Uncle Lou. So
he told me that before.
Always keeping it real, man. Keeping it real. Hey, you're getting closer to 6,000, right?
Yeah, I'm slowly creeping up the ladder. Yes, that's right.
And we also have Will and Dion.
What's up, guys?
I guess we can call him like an honorary sort of ACC member. What's the correct term for Notre Dame fans?
I would say
Notre Dame in general.
Are you asking me or are you asking him?
Whoever wants to answer that question.
I would say honorary because, we're in basketball, we're in lacrosse, we're in soccer.
Part-timers? How about that? Part-timers.
Part-timers.
I call them the ACC in disguise. They're masquerading as an ACC team, but they're really independent.
That is fair. They're going around screwing people out of the playoffs, right? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah. I don't know. I think the ACC is
well. If it wasn't for South Carolina, then we could say that for Clemson, man.
Yeah. Well,
listen. I live in the upstate, so I understand the pain that you're going through right now. I see it all over the upstate right now. It's you're starting to get over it because you beat North Carolina in the ACC championship. You're going to play Tennessee in the Orange Bowl. How are Clemson fans feeling about that matchup?
Oh, that's the matchup I wanted, and it's only because we haven't played Tennessee in 20 years or whatever. So it's been a long time, and Tennessee was one of the best teams in the country this year. The Tennessee fan base is heavily represented on YouTube, which is obviously what I do. So for all those reasons, I was excited for the matchup. I think that Clemson did miss the boat this season. I think they did have a playoff team at the beginning of the season.
Yep.
And it was slightly mismanaged by the coaching staff, in my opinion. But all in all, an 11-win season, 11-2 regular season, and a conference championship is not a terrible season. So I don't really have too much to complain about. But I feel like they did miss the boat a little bit this year.
Yeah, Dabo's got to make decisions quicker than what he does because I know DJ had several good games, but it's like he trusted DJ too much. He started having bad games. He stuck with them. And we saw what Klubnik could do in those past couple games. He's a pretty good quarterback. I think if he would have made the right decision, we know what that decision was, at the right time, we would be talking Clemson to the playoffs. Because Clemson is loaded. It was that one decision that kind of, I don't know, made Clemson stub their toe. Because I think Clemson is a much more talented team than South Carolina. I just think DJ wasn't the answer for that game. And I don't know how Dabo didn't see it. I really don't.
Yeah, and they could have won that game even with DJ in there, honestly. There was just a series of bad decisions made in that game. That was one of the worst games, and not just because it's South Carolina. That was one of the worst coach games I've seen under Dabo Swinney's staff in a long time. But, I think
y'all could have won that close with DJ, but I think with Klubnik, y'all could have won it comfortably.
Maybe. The switch should have been made earlier. I mean, my prediction preseason to now, it actually ended up coming true, but just much later than I thought it was going to happen. I thought you were going to see a transition from DJ to Cade Klubnik after 4 or 5 games, right? After the redshirt rule deal. Sort of like what happened with Kelly Bryant and Trevor Lawrence, but I don't really know. At that time, DJ was playing pretty good. When you go into weeks 2, 3, and 4, that was really, and even in week 5, that was like the best stretch of DJ's career at Clemson. And so it's hard to bench a guy who's playing well and winning for a true freshman.
That's true.
But I feel like it should have been made sooner. And there was a lot of pressure on Dabo Swinney and staff from the fan base. And I don't know what was going on with the boosters, but definitely from the fan base about making that switch earlier. And there was a lot of pushback. I mean, even after the South Carolina game, there was pushback. He was snapping at the press. Brandon Streeter, the offensive coordinator, was snapping at the press. There was a lot of frustration going on. And then the very next week, they go out against North Carolina in the ACC championship game. And the plan from the beginning always was to start Cade early and you just give DJ a few series. So if you're telling me that the week before that he wasn't ready, but all of a sudden he's ready now to come lead this team to a big victory, I'm not buying what you're selling. You know what I mean? So I feel like they finally ended up getting it towards the end of the season. But the other theory, and this is like a conspiracy theory, so this is not anything but my opinion. is that there's a possibility that DJ went to Dabo Swinney following the South Carolina game and said, look, after this ACC championship game, I'm transferring. So if you're going to go ahead and put Cade in, put him in now. And that might have led to part of that decision too. Again, that's just my theory. I don't have any evidence that happened.
Well, you talk about head scratchers. What about Notre Dame? Like the entire year. So let me get this straight. You lose to Marshall, and appreciate that, by the way, because I've been hearing it from Marshall. Oh, we just beat a historic team, all-time greatest team, blah blah blah. And then you lose to Stanford, but then you turn around and beat North Carolina, Syracuse, Clemson. You did end the season with a loss to USC, but how does that happen? Like, what was Notre Dame this year? What was that? What were we watching?
I think it was growing pains and a changing of the culture from Brian Kelly into Marcus Freeman. Like with Brian Kelly, we always won the games we were supposed to, lost the games we were supposed to. But with Marcus Freeman, it's more about winning the big games, but you might not be up for the smaller games. And
hopefully that doesn't
right now. But I feel like next season we'll be up for all the games. But that's just how it was this season.
Gotcha.
It's a disappointing season. Obviously, you never want to go 8-4. You never want to lose to USC, and you never want to lose to a Group of 5 team. But I'm definitely excited for the future of the Irish, and I definitely think, especially with our recruiting class, 2023 and 2024, I think we'll be able to hopefully catch up to Georgia and the rest of the blue blood programs.
So do you have faith now in Marcus Freeman?
I have faith, but I also want him to change the offensive coordinator. I don't think Tommy Rees is the guy. We showed that after the Stanford game and wanted him gone. People are like, oh, he's doing a great job after the Clemson game. But all he had to do was run it left and right, and it worked against the Tigers. So I don't think he's the guy. Hopefully we get the change soon, and hopefully we can get back to actually competing against the best teams in the playoffs and not just getting stomped.
I think Pete has something to say about the
he said all we had to do was run it against Clemson. So that's actually the mark of a good coach, is to know that all you have to do is run it against Clemson and do that over and over and over again and make them stop you. Because this was my biggest gripe about not only Dabo Swinney but Brandon Streeter's play calling throughout the season was Clemson. They don't really evaluate what's going on. Well, in my opinion, they don't really evaluate what's going on during the game and change their game plan. They develop a game plan and they're going to stick to it no matter what. So if you're running it down the other team's throat, why would you stop doing that? And this is what we've seen with Clemson several times this year, most notably against South Carolina and actually against Notre Dame as well. But most notably against South Carolina, they ran Will Shipley himself, just him. Now, I'm not counting the quarterback. I'm not counting Phil Moffitt, the other running back, or Kobe Pace. Had 99 rushing yards in the first half against South Carolina. They couldn't stop the run, and then they pretty much just abandoned it. And the real kicker was, in the fourth quarter, they only gave Shipley the ball two times.
That doesn't even make sense.
No, it doesn't. And I think they only gave him the ball 4 times in the entire second half. Unless he was hurt and I don't know anything about it and they didn't disclose it, there's no excuse for that.
My question is this: What changed in Dabo Swinney? And I'm basing that question off of, it used to be Dabo Swinney would go out and get the best offensive and defensive coordinator he thought was available. I mean, the Orange Bowl, y'all gave up 70 points. He went out and made a great hire in Brent Venables. And now he's like promoting within, friends, family. And I get the family atmosphere. That's a good recruiting tool to a certain extent, but if they're not calling good games, then that's not a good decision. And now you put yourself in this situation. Well, no, if I fire them, we might not be friends. They might not like me. You got to leave that out of it. This is business. This is about wins and losses. You have to go out and get who you think is going to get the job done. What's changed with Dabo, where he used to think like this, now he thinks like that?
Well, there's two parts to this. Number one, whenever he would fire coordinators in the past and then go outside of house and go get a Chad Morris or go out and get a Brent Venables, right? That was at a time young in his career where I thought he was looking around going, we don't have a championship caliber staff here. I need to go outside and get it. Then they start winning and winning a lot and winning national championships. And you know the whole deal. And so at that point, I feel like that whenever the coordinator changes happened last year, whenever we needed to fill both offensive and defensive coordinator positions, Dabo's looking around in a different situation in his mind and going, well, yeah, when I went outside of house last time, we didn't have a championship staff. But these guys have been a part of the championship staff in this run. So I feel like that they are qualified. Now, only time will tell if that's true. I wasn't a big fan of the Streeter hire. I think that's pretty well known for anybody who watches me on YouTube. I think Goodwin did okay, but the defense still didn't quite live up to the hype that they had coming into the season. But the second part of that is you were talking about, well, I don't want to fire my coordinators, you know, and hurt my friends' feelings and this and that. I knew as soon as they hired the guys, I've been saying this all year because people have been calling for Streeter's head since basically like week 2. And I was like, they're not going to fire. Dabo is not going to hire a guy from within and fire him at the end of the season. He's going to give him time. Right. And you know what? I don't know. Maybe they do need time. I think like some of us Clemson fans have kind of been spoiled a little bit with the continuity and the coaching staff. That's not really that normal in college football. Not at that high of a level where you keep these guys for that long. So when you have such a big turnover after a long period of time in the coaching staff, you probably do need time to build it, but only, like I said, I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm teetering on the edge there. Like it's like, let's go into next season, but right. We have basically the same schedule in 2023 as we had in 2022. You got the couple of cupcake games. Of course, you got South Carolina. We have Notre Dame again. We have Miami again. So it's sort of a carbon copy of what we had last year. But if they go out there and look bad offensively, especially early in the season, there will be a lot of people carrying around, the pitchforks calling for
definitely. I mean, if you look at the South Carolina game, it took some terrible mistakes and some terrible coaching decisions for South Carolina to win by 1 point. So Clemson was the better team. They just didn't execute. So from what you witnessed in that game, how surprised were you that South Carolina beat Clemson? Not because you made mistakes, but before I made a bet with Mayhem Matthew, okay, that South Carolina would get to eight wins. And before the Tennessee game, they had 6. And I'm like, they're not beating Tennessee. They're not beating Clemson. So I sort of had a vested interest in that last game because they needed to win that bet. But I didn't really think there was any shot for South Carolina to beat Clemson. Were you worried at all going into that game that South Carolina had a shot?
Not really, for several reasons. One is because, like you just said, I just thought Clemson was just a better team. It was in Death Valley. It was in Death Valley, which they hadn't lost a game in 40 games, which was leading the country at that time. But always in the back of my mind, because of the season I've seen, and both last season and this season, anytime that DJ starts at quarterback, I have my reservations. Like, is he going to go out there and throw for 4 touchdowns and 400 yards? Or is he going to go out there and throw for 3 interceptions and a fumble and 200 yards? Like, you just don't know. So there's always that doubt in your mind. But no, I did not think that South Carolina was going to beat Clemson this year. I did not.
Yeah, and they really shouldn't have, because we've been talking about it. Clemson was a better team, and it took some bad decisions on the coaching, and then some bad execution on the team. Like that dropped punt. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? I think if that doesn't happen, Clemson wins. Like that's how big that one mistake was. Now, you got to play the rest of the game, blah, blah, blah. But I think if that mistake doesn't happen, then Clemson wins the football game. So,
are you
Clemson gave it to South Carolina. Clemson was a better team. Field the punt, and you're basically going to win the game. But instead, they muffed the punt, and they give the game to South Carolina. You're
talking about basically the last play of the game with Antonio Williams when he fumbled the punt. They should have never even got that far.
That's true.
I'll go back to the kickoff return play when they did that stupid fake
Oh
huddle
my
thing.
gosh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
That was in the second quarter. Clemson had a 10-point lead, and they're doing this crazy trick huddle play. And I know it was a fluke fumble by Maffa, and people were like, well, if he didn't fumble it, it would have worked. Well, if he didn't have the ball, he wouldn't have fumbled it. And he should have never had the ball because Shipley is the one that returned it, and he should have had the ball. And what happened after that fumble, it put South Carolina deep in Clemson's territory, and they go down in 2 plays and score. So within 2 minutes,
that's the play I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like at least a 7-point, probably a 10 or 14-point swing, assuming that Clemson on that drive wouldn't have gone down and got at least a field goal out of that. So that was the difference in the game, in my opinion. That, and like I said, the fact that they stopped running the ball with Shipley in the second half for some reason, and then you put the cherry on top with the fumble on the kickoff return at the end of the game. Just a series of bad decisions and bad plays by both the coaches and the players that led to that. But that's football, man.
I would understand if Clemson was running, 2-3 yards per play in the running game, but they were averaging 7-8 yards, something like that. Like they were chunking South Carolina, and they abandoned the run game.
Shipley was averaging 9.9 yards per carry in the first half. And Moff was averaging over 5 yards, the second string guy. So, yeah, they got cute. Dabo Swinney thought that I feel like that Dabo thought that they had this game in the bag after the first half, and he started getting cute. And
might be it. Yep.
He came back to bite him. He should know better. He's not a first or second year head coach. He should know better.
Speaking of Notre Dame and South Carolina, they actually play each other in the Gator Bowl.
Yeah. Go Irish. Yeah.
This is going to be a little awkward now, ain't it? Now you got to be a Notre Dame fan because you hate South Carolina just a little bit more. Well, maybe not just a little bit.
I hate them a lot more.
I
hate Notre Dame.
Yeah, a lot bit more than Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So as a Clemson fan, played both. You got obliterated by Notre Dame on the road, and you gave the game to South Carolina at home. Who you got in the Gator Bowl?
I have Notre Dame, and it's not necessary. Well, the main reason I have Notre Dame is because of the amount of people that have been transferring out of South Carolina that aren't going to play in the bowl game. And not only the ones, the amount of that are, but the ones that are, like some of their best players on their team are transferring, and they're not going to play in this game. So I don't know what the Notre Dame situation is with transfers or people that are opting out, sitting out, quitting, whatever you want to call it. Will know more about that.
Why is that happening at South Carolina? They just had an 8-4 season. They just beat Clemson. Why did that happen?
Well, they're changing coordinators.
Okay.
So, I'm assuming that's why, offensively.
On the offensive side of the ball?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. So Will and D, how are you feeling about you kind of agree with Pete on this, or are you a little more cautious?
I mean, I feel like we should win. I feel like we could definitely run it down their throats. It'll be exciting to see how Tyler Buckner does because he's coming back. He was the quarterback for the first 2 games. He got hurt. He's coming back. He should be look a lot better than Drew Pine did because TB wasn't playing with the O-line that they have now. In the first 2 games, the O-line was terrible against Ohio State, terrible against Marshall. I felt like we would have won the Ohio State game if we would have had a good offensive line, but we didn't, so we couldn't run the ball, and we couldn't score any points. So I'm feeling pretty comfortable about this game. I think our backs should have pretty big games as well. And, I think our defense, our whole secondary is coming back next year, so they're all going to be there. So I don't think Spencer Rattler will be able to beat us. And I feel like should be able to win the game and do well on both offense and defense against the Gamecocks.
Notre Dame definitely has the advantage on defense. I think if they slow the game down, which I think they will, and make South Carolina have to make every possession count, you could win the game easily. But if South Carolina somehow starts moving the ball easily on you, then Notre Dame might be in trouble. So I think it comes down to your defense and slowing the game down. But yeah, I think Notre Dame is the better team. They're more talented. But having said that, we've heard that before, and look what happened. However, I didn't know the whole thing about the transfer portal situation, so that might be the cherry on top of everything, and Notre Dame pulls this out. So we'll see. I want to ask Clemson fans this though, because you're kind of in the same position that I am right now, or you used to be. Excuse me. So before Dabo Swinney came to Clemson, right? You're in the situation where you're hoping, to be good, to be competitive in the ACC, maybe get a chance to play in the ACC championship. Along comes Dabo. He makes the coordinator changes, and now you're having elite success, but you've come down just a little bit. You still won the conference, but you're not getting to the playoffs. What's the mentality of Clemson fans like pre-Dabo when you weren't even thinking of a national championship, and now you have Dabo and you're starting to underperform?
I mean, I guess it's the same as any coach. I mean, like, let's use Alabama, for example. Like before Saban got there, they weren't very good. But now what's the expectation for Alabama every year is for them to go to the playoffs. And if it's not a playoff, then a lot of the fan base says it's a bust. I don't really fall into that category. So, but yeah, I mean, I think that's it. That Clemson and Dabo Swinney especially, he doesn't like when he gets criticized by the fans. But he's the one that set the expectation. Now, my expectation is not the same as every other fan. Like, I don't feel like Clemson needs to go to the playoffs every year and compete for a national championship every year. I think that's silly. There's 130 teams in FBS. When you add in NIL and when you add in the transfer portal and all these different things that have changed over the past few years, for anybody to think that they're going to be in the playoffs every year, I think it's silly. But
yeah, I agree with that.
So,
and
I mean,
I think me and you both made videos on his response whenever somebody asked him, do you think you need to make changes at coordinators? And once again, he made the statement, maybe I should coach somewhere else if every time we have a letdown game, something to that effect. Why does he keep doing that? Like that's I don't know, a little immature if you ask me. Like that's a tough question. And I understand maybe he doesn't really want to answer it, but how about just defend your coordinator without saying, well, maybe I should go somewhere else and coach?
Well, this is what you get with Dabo Swinney. It's the good with the bad, right? So there's no such thing as a short answer with Dabo Swinney. Even the people that covered him, like the beat writers and the beat guys for Clemson, you ask him a 1-sentence question and he'll give you a 5-minute answer. And so I don't really know if Dabo Swinney physically has the ability to just take the high road and say, yeah, well, we just believe in our coordinators and we'll get it fixed and move on to the next question. He always feels like he's in some sort of defense mode and he has to defend his players and his coaches, which is one reason why he's been successful is because his coaches and his players love him for that. But it's also one of the reasons that everybody else in the college football world is looking at him going, what is this guy talking about? You know what I mean? And
man, dude, I'm telling you, whenever you came out with that video, I'm like, man, I gotta look into that and do a video on that myself because I thought it was hilarious. It's almost like somebody insulted him. They stated the facts. Hey, you had a letdown game, and it's kind of been a trend. You might think about, changing coordinators, and it's like, oh, you insulted me. Should I go, coach somewhere else every time you ask me that question? No, it was a valid question that was relevant to the situation, and it's like he took it personal and went off the deep end.
He does the same thing. Him and Saban are very similar in that way. Like Saban does that a lot, right? Like
they just do it in different ways.
They do it in different ways. You're right, but they do basically the same thing. And people say, well, they're not really speaking to the media. They're speaking to their players and their coaches. And that's worked right up until this point. If you look at Alabama and Clemson, they've been the two winningest teams in virtually every category for over a decade now. So who are we to criticize them? But at the end of the day, you got to realize, man, if you're the head coach at Clemson, the little old Clemson thing that worked back in 2015 and 2016, the first time that they went to the playoffs, that's not working now. Right. So just stop it with the little old poor Clemson thing. Everybody in the country knows it's one of the best programs in the country. You're going to get the hard questions when you don't make the playoffs. You just have to learn how to deal with it. You know what I mean? It doesn't look good. And I love Dabo Swinney. I feel like I have the need to say this over and over again because I am critical of him because I'm a fan. I wouldn't trade Dabo Swinney for anybody in the country right now. Right. But when he says or does some stupid shit, I'm going to comment on
He
it.
puts himself in the situation. That's
He
not
puts
you
himself
saying
in the
that you want to get
situation.
rid of him. He just said something stupid.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah. If he was at West Virginia having the success that he's had at Clemson, I'd be in the same boat. Wouldn't trade him for the world, but at the same time, when he says something stupid, you got to call him out for it. Simple answers go a long way. It seems like he's lost that, but maybe when you start winning national championships and conference championships, this is what you get. I mean, we see it in Nick Saban. Now we're starting to see it in Dabo Swinney. Is it just something that Clemson fans are going to have to accept now?
Oh, I've already accepted it. I see other people saying, "Oh, Clemson fans are unhappy with Dabo Swinney. Is he on the hot seat? Is he going to leave?" None of that's going to happen.
Right.
98 or 99% of the fan base is completely happy with Dabo Swinney. This is almost seems to me as sort of like a manufactured type of adversity that he has. And that's been his MO since he took over at Clemson. It's always been, we're the underdog. I'm the underdog as the head coach. We're going to make you all respect us. But at a certain point in time, you got to let that go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's nobody in Clemson, South Carolina,
right?
or in the fan base outside of a couple of, maybe very loud voices on the internet that are calling for Dabo Swinney to be fired. That's just not the case.
I got you. And it's that statement. It is what it is. He wins at an elite level for Clemson. And so when he says something stupid, criticize it, yes, but you still accept it. I got you.
Hey, the more money, more problems. If you're getting paid $10 million a year to win and you don't, then guess what? There's going to be people saying, "Hey, what's going on here?" And it's not that he's not winning. It's just how, it's more like if you lose a game, it's how you lost. It's not the fact that you did lose.
Exactly. And so I wanted to ask you this. It looks like the ACC is in this situation where if Clemson doesn't win the ACC with one loss or fewer losses, the ACC playoffs. North Carolina can't take them. NC State, Pitt last year. If Clemson number one, win the ACC with one or fewer losses, then the ACC is not making the playoffs, right? So, as a Clemson fan, are you still happy in the ACC? I got to ask this question: would you be okay with staying in the ACC? Would you rather Clemson be in the SEC right now?
SEC.
SEC.
I like it. I'd rather be in the SEC. I think it would. Clemson is averaging right around 9 or 10 recruiting classes every year under Dabo Swinney. I think that would increase if they were under the SEC. Obviously, the money that comes in from the SEC TV contracts would help as well. So there's a lot of benefits to being in the SEC. People say, well, if you're in the SEC, you'd be 8-4 every year. Really?
I don't buy it.
Is anybody really buying that bill of goods? I'm not buying that. Would they be as likely to go 12-0 in the SEC as they are in the ACC? Probably not. But they wouldn't just fall to a top 30 program or something just by joining a different conference. I think it would actually help them in a lot of ways. And also, selfishly, since I'm on YouTube, let's just face it, there's just more passion in the SEC as far as the fan bases go, which puts more eyes on me. If I'm a YouTuber that's covering a team in the SEC. I mean, there's a lot of really strong fan bases in the ACC too, but it doesn't really compare to the SEC. You just look at the numbers.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know what surprised me is whenever and Tony Altimore ran the numbers for me, the biggest fan base in the ACC, not counting Notre Dame, is actually Syracuse. But the problem with Syracuse fans is they're not engaged with their team. So you have this massive fan base in the ACC that doesn't really, support their team. Whereas in the SEC, all the fan bases support their team massively. I mean, except for Vanderbilt, but Missouri, South Carolina, they sell out their stadium all the time. I remember they went 0-12. What was it, 98 or 99? Sell out every stinking game. They have massive fan support in the SEC. So I would agree with that. And that would be a good business decision for a Clemson YouTube channel as well, because you get more of those interactions. And plus,
It
you already
wouldn't hurt
have
much,
connections with SEC YouTubers, so that would only help, right?
yeah, and just geographically, I mean, if you think that assuming if there was a pod system, or even if they just left divisions in the SEC, which they're switching to the pod, quote unquote pod system too,
Yep.
you'd most likely see Clemson play Georgia every year, which would be a renewed rivalry that's happened many times before.
Wow.
I would love to see Clemson play Tennessee every year. I would love to see Clemson play Florida every year. So all those things sound good to my ears, as far as that goes. I don't really know how that's all going to play out. I know you've got a million videos on how there's different scenarios that
Yep.
I don't really know how that's all going to play out, but I think eventually there's going to be one or two things that happen. There's either Clemson's going to leave eventually, or the ACC is going to expand. I have no idea which way that's going.
It's one or the other. There's no in between. I think I have this irrational fear that there's going to be this one scenario out there that I don't cover, and that's going to be the scenario that happens. So if the scenario pops in my head, man, I'm doing a video. I don't care how crazy it is.
You're at least 85%. You're going to cover it. So that's pretty good chances.
Yeah, but there's still that 0.0000001% that I might not cover it. I like the pod idea though, and I think Clemson in with so. Let's see. Let's say they go to 24 teams, and that would be. Let's see. How many teams per pod would that be? How many teams are they going with per pod? Are they going 4, 6, 8?
Right now it's 4. So there's 4 teams in each pod.
So who would be in Clemson's? Would it be Clemson, South Carolina?
Well, starting next year,
Georgia.
Well, South Carolina's not in the ACC, so that would matter.
Oh, I thought you meant if they went to the SEC.
Oh, to the SEC.
Pods.
Oh God, I haven't even begun to thought about that. I would assume that they would keep the traditional teams in there, like South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida, something like that. Yeah, maybe throw an Auburn in there. I don't know, because they have history as well. Clemson and Auburn.
I gotta ask this: how are you feeling about the Orange Bowl against Tennessee? I know you said you wanted that matchup. But how confident are you that Clemson can beat Tennessee? What are you looking for?
Well, I think there's a mismatch here with the defense, especially the front seven with Clemson and Tennessee's offense. So, and the fact that Hendon Hooker's not playing also matters a lot.
Yep.
And no disrespect to Joe Milton, but he's not Hendon Hooker. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I think
didn't Hooker finish like 5th in the Heisman? Like he barely missed the cut to go to New York.
Well, he should have been invited to New York. That's a whole different
I agree. I would have put him in over CJ Stroud. But what I'm saying is, like, in the actual voting, he finished 5th, which was, one spot short. And Milton, he's not that caliber.
He was terrible for Michigan in 2020. I remember.
Yeah, I think with Hooker being out of this bowl game, I think Clemson, I don't think they're going to have any issues. I really don't. But at the same time, they had it. It depends on what we were talking about earlier. It depends on coaching decisions and if they make mistakes. Of course, if they make enough mistakes and if they make enough stupid coaching decisions, call that stupid huddle return for the kickoff. Yeah, Tennessee could stay in and somehow pull off a weird victory. But if Clemson just plays to their ability, Klubnik, plays to his ability, then it actually should be an easy win for Clemson. I don't think it's going to be an easy win. I think Clemson does make some mistakes, but I do have the Tigers winning. And this was the Orange Bowl that I wanted, that I predicted. It came true. I think it could be very interesting. Orange versus orange in the Orange Bowl. When was the last time? What was the last time Clemson played in the Orange Bowl? Was it 2011, or have y'all played in the Orange Bowl since?
Well, beat Ohio State.
Ohio State. That's what.
Ohio State was 2013.
Right.
But I believe they played in an Orange Bowl that was a playoff game since then. But a non-playoff Orange Bowl game, I think the last time was 2013. Yeah, and that was a big win for Clemson. They beat Ohio State. Urban Meyer was there.
That was when Clemson took the next step. Y'all were waiting. I don't want to say Clemson hadn't won a big game up till then, because of course you had won the ACC championship. But as far as like a big bowl that signaled Clemson taking the next step, I think that Orange Bowl win over Ohio State was like, oh man, Clemson is for real. They're building on something. And even Dabo Swinney said, hey, we're building something here. This isn't the end. It's just going to get better. And I think that was the first step right there, the Orange Bowl in 2013.
Wasn't it technically the first step, but because the first step was the year before that when we won the Peach Bowl against LSU. So it was, but the Orange Bowl win against Ohio State was the second consecutive New Year's Six bowl game.
Right.
But yeah,
and you did look better. You looked better. Like the team was better as a whole for that year. So you could tell that Clemson was headed.
Yeah. Once if you win back-to-back New Year's Six bowl games, that obviously boosts up the recruiting and everything. So.
Well, and then on top of that, you went to the national championship and lost, but get back to the national championship and win, and that's what really signaled that Clemson was, for real, not just little old Clemson anymore.
Right.
I think that's when Clemsoning was officially gone. Or did it take longer than that? Or do you think that was when it was gone?
I think it actually happened earlier. The whole Clemsoning thing with Dabo Swinney and the press conference where he went off on the media because one of the media members asked him about the word Clemsoning, and he got really mad. And started defending his players and saying, I don't even know why we say that daggum word anymore. It's disrespectful to these players and what they've done and this and that. So I want to say probably around 2011 or 12 is when the Clemsoning thing really ended. But now we're starting to
was the last Clemsoning the Orange Bowl then? Do we have the honors of the last Clemsoning?
Probably, yeah.
No, the Florida State, I would say.
That was also in 13.
Oh, okay, that was in 13.
The blowout home loss for Clemson against Jameis Winston and company, that was in 13.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. But that team was lightning in the bottle, kind of like 2019.
But again, Clemsoning is not winning 10 and 11 games a year and winning a New Year's Six bowl game.
Right.
Okay? And people that say that, here's what they do. Anytime Clemson loses a game against anybody, they go, "Oh, Clemsoning." It's a trash talking thing. But the reality of the situation is Clemsoning is being the vastly superior team week in and week out and still finding a way to lose to inferior teams. And, and you're projected, you start the season in the top 10 and you end up, 25th or 30th. That's Clemsoning, not what's going on now.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Will and D, with all this conference realignment going on, do you think that Notre Dame can viably keep their independence as far as never, ever joining a conference? Do you think that stays a fact forever?
Until the playoff says you have to be a conference championship to get in, I think Notre Dame's going to be as independent as possible. I think Jack Swarbrick knows what he's...
They took a step towards that by saying the top 6 get an automatic bid. I know there's still, at-large bids beyond that, but that's a step in that direction.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Notre Dame's good enough to win a national championship, they'll be good enough to get an at-large spot. Like, if we don't get an at-large spot, we're not going to be good enough to win a national championship. So
that's true, but at the same time, with the conference expansion, that means you'll never get a bye week, which is kind of important because
home game at Notre Dame Stadium, the stadium's going to be rocking.
I understand that.
I think that's another huge recruiting pitch that Marcus Freeman can use to get guys to go to Notre Dame.
Yeah, and it'd be nice to have that option where one year you can play a home game and then the next year maybe have a bye week. But with you never being, a member of a conference, you will never have the option of having a bye week. So that it makes winning a national championship at Notre Dame just, one more step difficult than anybody else that's in a conference. Are you for Notre Dame being in a conference or independent?
I like staying independent. I like being different in that way. Like, I feel like that's what makes Notre Dame. That's part of what makes Notre Dame Notre Dame. Just to be different, be independent, and still kick everyone's butt.
Yeah, well, you didn't kick Marshall's butt.
I know, but we're getting there. We're going to have a top 3 roster in these couple years when these recruiting classes start stacking.
Yeah, I really would have appreciated that because I had to hear from Marshall because you got to realize West Virginia went 5-7. We lost in the freaking backyard brawl, and then freaking Marshall beats Notre Dame. Like, this was the ultimate terrible year for West Virginia. The only bright spot was beating a historically bad Virginia Tech team on the road. That was it. So a little bit of help from Notre Dame would have gone a long way. Didn't Notre Dame like that small taste of an ACC championship back in 2020? Well, you got to the ACC championship. You didn't win it, but you got to it. The one year that you were part of a conference, you got to the championship game, but you lost. Didn't like that at all.
That was a Kellying. That was Kelly that day. Wasted Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah and Kyle Hamilton's great season that those guys had. I was angry at Kelly so much after that championship game.
I think everybody has a term for their team, don't they? I'm starting to figure this out.
Do.
Clemsoning, Kellying, Sabaning,
GBB. I just got a text from Joey. He says to check your messages. He ain't get in touch with you.
What? Hold on, guys. Oh, I have the wrong banner up. Okay. I didn't put it up, so how's that on me?
I'm a bad. I didn't even notice you had the banner up. Wasn't paying attention to it.
Exactly. Earlier, I had to take a break because I had to go pick up wife and kids from a function. I don't see the banner, Joey. I'm looking for the banner. I don't see it.
Where are you right now, Golden Blue Dude? This is not your normal setting. What's going on here?
Oh, I'm actually at my brother's house because my laptop went down, and he's trying to fix it, and I forgot my regular camera as well, so we had to, use his laptop camera. So I get accused of being in my parents' basement all the time. Well, on this show, I'm actually in my parents' basement because
that's actually funny.
So I'm actually in my parents' basement for this one.
Yeah, that's great.
I was going to try to use my phone, but there's no way that my phone could stay charged the entire time, so I had to use.
You don't explain anything to me.
Yeah.
Everybody on YouTube gets accused of being in their mom's basement. It's actually kind of like a rite of passage.
And today is a true statement, so I can't find that banner though. I'm going to leave it up until I can find it. But anyways, so what other ACC bowls are y'all interested in? Are you counting Notre Dame, South Carolina? We've already talked about that, but are you counting that one?
I mean, I am because I consider Notre Dame to be a quasi ACC team. I don't know what Will thinks about that. He probably doesn't, but.
Well, I don't know. I think it's fun to be in the ACC, to have these ACC games, especially because I live on the East Coast. And me and my friends, we just drove over to UVA last year to watch the UVA game. So I do think it's fun being in the ACC, just as someone that lives in the East Coast. So I do like it. I do like having to play ACC teams.
Yeah. And South Carolina has been making fun of Clemson for losing to Notre Dame since that game happened. So it would be great to see Notre Dame go put them in their place.
Yeah, I think we can.
I'm hoping for, their rightful place.
Give me a second, guys. I'm going to take this hoodie off real quick. I'm starting to burn up.
Is Drake May going to play in the bowl game?
Yeah.
I'm surprised they have Oregon as a 14-point favorite against the Teals. I mean, I know their defense leaves a lot to be desired, but I feel like if Drake May balls out, they can win that game. That's one bowl that I'm excited for, the Holiday Bowl.
Yeah, that's an interesting matchup. I kind of actually agree with the Oregon spread, though. North Carolina's kind of fizzled off, burned out a little bit towards the end of the season, and I know they also have some serious issues with guys transferring out. They've have like a dozen guys leaving or something, maybe even more than that. It's a lot. I think they had the most in the ACC. Guys that are transferring out. So I don't know what their team's going to look like. Drake may still be there. I think the offense will still be pretty good in that bowl game. Defensively, they've got a bunch of their starting defensive backs not in there. Two of their star defensive linemen not playing in the game. So it could be a rough day defensively for the Tar Heels. So I'm actually going with Oregon in that one.
I forgot about that one. I would agree with that. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to transition from the ACC. What's our last segment? Is it the Big 12? Pac-12. Pac-12's last segment. So we'll transition from the ACC to the Pac-12. But y'all tell everybody where they can find you, what you do, all that good stuff.
Go ahead, Will.
So you guys can find me over at Will ND on YouTube. I haven't been as active with that. I started a new show with some friends called The Young Gun Show. We got me, Buckeye Mike, Jackson Johnson, Austin Williams, and then Jeffrey, who runs his own channel, Only Talk Sports. And we try to go on at least 3 times a week, talk college football. We're going to get into basketball a bit too. But yeah, it's a lot of fun with those guys. And yeah, we're going live again tonight at, I believe, 10:45. I'll check the Discord. But yeah,
I'll try to check it out.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, bud. Good job.
Yeah, thanks for having me, GBD. And thanks for coming on with me, Pete.
Yeah, it was good to talk to you, Will. Good luck in your bowl game, man.
And as usual, always an honor, Pigskin Pete.
Hey, I appreciate you having me on. I really do. I know I should have been on more. It's just scheduling things that haven't worked out in the past. But you know how much of a fan of your channel I am. I have nothing but respect for what you do over here and all the hard work you put in. And you're doing good stuff over here. So,
well, I appreciate it because you were one of the first YouTube channels that I subbed, and I actually watched what you did to see how I could get better. So I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, no problem. No problem, my friend.
All right. See you next time, bud.
All right.
I'm going to take a quick 15-minute break, guys. And then we're going to transition into the Pac-12.
All right, so we have LBC Trojan that's going to come in with us live here in about 10 minutes. Just to let everyone know, if you can even hear me. So the reason that I'm not in the stream today is that I'm getting new internet. Be here Tuesday, so I am just on my phone, and my phone service is not very good. So anyway, LBC Trojan will be here in just a few minutes with us, and we will bring him in. And Golden Booted will be right back. Okay, once again, we are waiting on LBC Trojan to come in with us, as well as Golden Booted to get back. So stick around the chat, and we'll be right back with you. Thanks, guys. Okay, like I say, if you're in the chat waiting on us, we'll be there back in shortly. We have LBC Trojan coming in for the Pac-12 review for the year. Golden Blue Dude will be right back. He took a little break to get him something to drink and use the restroom and things because it is a 5-hour live stream. So hang out with us, guys, and we will be right back with you. So let me thank everybody for being here today, and tell you if you're not subscribed to our Substack page, just go to substack.com. It's substack.com. Search for Golden Blue Dude and subscribe there. It's free right now until February. It's completely free. We have our writers on there. We also have our podcast on there, so you can stay up to date with everything going on at Golden Blue Dude. We post things there periodically about things we're going to do in the future, and we post everything on our Patreon page. So if you're not a member of the Patreon page, just search for Golden Blue Dude over on Patreon, and you can join for as little as $2 a month. We appreciate your support there, and that way you can be into all of our drawings that we have, plus the score prediction contest where you can win $20 every week. So if you have a $2 a month membership and you win $20 one week, you paid for your membership for 10 months. So be sure and check it out. Okay, coming in with us right now, we have Rick, who is with us. LBC Trojan. What's going on, Rick? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Joey. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. So Golden Blue Dude, of course, you know this is a 5-hour live stream, and he stepped away for a minute to get him something to drink, use the restroom and things. So I was just people up on where to find all of our interesting stuff we have going on in Golden Blue Dude. And but I appreciate you coming on for us, Rick. Tim had to cancel on me there. So, but I appreciate you being able to make it in with us.
No worries. Happy to be here. Always enjoy talking college football with you, Joey.
So the Pac-12 this year had a big year because, the Pac-12 has really not been relevant, it seems, for a while. I mean, even though they're a relevant conference, of course, but they've not been even mentioned to be in the playoffs. USC got so close to being there this year, and I know it's important for you as a fan to not make it. But the 12 looks like they're back.
Yeah, they've taken the necessary steps to start building credibility. Let's be honest, the Pac-12 has been a dumpster fire for a number of years. Last time qualifying for the college football playoff in 2016 with the University of Washington. There's been a number of coaching changes. College football itself has changed with the NIL and transfer portal. So you're seeing a distribution of talent spreading across the country. I mean, look no further than what's happening at Colorado. They just flipped a running back commit to Notre Dame, and they're going to continue to do that. And so, you know, over the last couple of years, there's been some big hires in the Pac-12, coaching hires. You saw USC make a major investment with Lincoln Riley. I think on a lesser extent, you saw Kalen DeBoer, who used to be in the Big Ten as an assistant at Indiana, move on to Fresno State for a while, and then he took the job at Washington, bringing over Michael Penix Jr. from Indiana. And all of a sudden, Washington's 10-2. They're in the Alamo Bowl with Texas. So there's just a couple of examples how, and obviously we had Dan Lanning replace Mario Cristobal. He brings Kenny Dillingham on the staff as the OC, and they get Bo Nix. And Kenny is, you know, he's been responsible for reviving Bo Nix's career. He didn't do so hot at Auburn. And you saw what Oregon did, 9-3. And they'll be playing University of North Carolina at the Holiday Bowl. So you keep on creating opportunities, winning some games, and you're going to start building credibility. And you're starting to see that. And I can understand the rest of the country not giving the Pac-12 its respect. That's fine. It's understandable. But we'll see what happens in the bowl season.
Right. Yeah, that's going to tell a lot about the Pac-12. Because they haven't fared so well in bowl games, honestly, for a few years. Now, let's talk about another coaching hire, though, in the Pac-12. Colorado hiring Dion Sanders. You know, I mean, all the recruits are going to want to go there now. But, you know, I know USC and UCLA are off the Big Ten and things. Can Colorado take up where USC leaves off, you think, in years with Dion Sanders behind the driver's seat there?
You know, that's a great question. We'll have to wait and see. You know, I think for Colorado, that's a major step. I mean, that's creating attention throughout college football, not just in the Pac-12. And Tim Prangley Jr., Tony Altimore, and I, we host, along with Chris, we host a weekly Pac-12 show, as you know, on Mark Rogers' Voice of College Football show. And last Wednesday, we were fortunate to have Brian Howell. He's a sports writer for the Boulder Daily Camera and Buff Zone. And he was on as a guest, and he talked about what was happening at Colorado. He's been following the Deion Sanders hiring, Coach Prime, and I'm sure a lot of people have seen videos that he's got a full-on crew that follows him, but they are going to cause problems for other schools and other conferences. And he's coming on to the University of Colorado at the perfect time. And what I mean by that is there is NIL, there is transfer portal. This is the first year where there's no scholarship limitations as long as you have 85 players. So you could sign more than 25, and he's going to flip that roster. You see what he's doing already. And the NCAA is, I mean, they're in hibernation. They have no enforcement department. They've been pretty much quiet. And so you're going to have Deion Sanders be able to go and pull recruits from other parts of the country without any problems. And now you're not going to have those schools reporting to the NCAA about any type of illegal improprieties. So he has the potential really to compete. I mean, I'm looking at him. If he can get 4 to 5 wins, great. But I don't see him with a major turnaround because of what's coming back in the Pac-12. They also have out-of-conference games against Nebraska and at TCU. So if they make a bowl game, that is a major win. But I think it's still to be determined to see what roster he puts together, and he's starting to put together a great coaching staff. So that's good news for the Pac-12 when you have a bottom feeder like Colorado has been all year, probably the worst Power 5 team in America, pulling in a Deion Sanders as his coach.
Yeah, that was a huge get for them. So one thing that Golden Voodoo has been saying during the show all day whenever we talk about Dion Sanders is the fact that, okay, he was able to pull Power 5 recruits down to, the level he was coaching at, but now he's going to pull Power 5 recruits to Colorado to take on more Power 5 recruits, where that wasn't the case, obviously, in the lower group. He wasn't playing other Power 5 teams. So now it's going to tell a big difference about whether or not Dion Sanders is a real coach.
Well, and that's what we're going to see. The staff that he's assembling and the players that he's going to be able to turn over and attract. How many he's going to be able to bring to Colorado, and he's going to have a challenging schedule. It's not like you mentioned he's not going to be playing FCS schools every week. It's how is he going to do playing against Utah next year when the game's at Utah? How is it going to be playing against a USC, a UCLA, University of Washington, or I don't know who they're going to miss on the rotation. But again, and their two out of conference games are Nebraska and TCU. I'm not positive on the third one, but he's going to have a challenging schedule.
Right. So let's talk about the big bowl for US this year. Tell us about the bowl game and what you see coming.
About the Cotton Bowl?
Yeah. For
So,
USC.
Yeah, let me preface by saying I think every year that goes by, you're seeing you really can't predict what's going to happen in the bowl games. Let me give you an example. I mean, I've heard reports that Florida is going to have 20 opt-outs. They're not going to be playing in their Las Vegas Bowl next week against Oregon State. And Anthony Richardson has declared for the NFL draft. So, sure, people like to traditionally look at how a conference, measure a conference based on bowl games, but each one's going to have their challenges. And I look at USC and Tulane. That is going to be a great matchup. Congratulations to Tulane. I believe I read somewhere this is their best year since 1998. I think the last time USC played Tulane was in the 40s when they were still a member of the SEC. As far as USC is concerned, this is one of those games where, frankly, it's heavy risk, no reward. Because nationally, and this is the way you have to look at it, I think USC is favored by 1.5. And if you win the game, you beat a Tulane team, big deal. If you lose, well, guess what? USC is a fraud. The Pac-12 is a joke, and we told you so. So, as far as we know, we don't know about Caleb Williams if he's going to be participating, and I say that from an injury standpoint. We haven't really heard anything, and we're not going to hear anything because Lincoln Riley pretty much keeps injury information airtight. If we do have to go to Miller Moss, who's a backup, he's a 4-star recruit from Bishop Alemany High School in Southern California. The Trojans have no concerns. He's a quality quarterback. He would be a starter a lot of different D1 programs if he were to hit the transfer portal. But Miller Moss is a great quarterback. I don't know the status of Jordan Addison, but we have heard back that Shane Lee, a linebacker who transferred from Alabama, is staying at USC for another year, so he'll be participating. If you saw the Heisman show last night, Andrew Voorhees was one of the 8 offensive linemen that were at the show. He is going to be a first-round pick, most likely. He's declared for the NFL draft. He won't be participating. The starting center, Brett Nealon, who was carted off in the Pac-12 championship game, he obviously is injured. He's in his final year, so he won't be participating. We have kind of a dinged-up offensive line, but the Trojans are motivated for this game, and it should be a fantastic game. Tulane is well coached. They won their conference, and Willie Fritz is not very well known. He's an underrated coach, in my opinion, and he'll have the Tulane Green Wave ready to play at USC. So it should be a fun game down there in Texas.
Talking about something there, it's true what you say that if USC loses to Tulane, people will say, okay, the Pac-12 is obviously garbage and no good. But I think most college football fans, real fans, I'm talking people like you and I that are on these discussions all year long and talking college football, know that Tulane's a pretty daggone good team and could beat USC. Tulane could beat quite a few teams. They went into Kansas State, pretty bad earlier in the year. So I mean, they're a pretty good team. So I don't think that now the writers would write it, and people that do not watch college football constantly or with us would also say that. I agree with 100%. Let me ask you something though about players being able to not play in bowl games and quit on a team. I don't like that. I hate when a player quits on a team. I can understand it, but I just don't like it. And so you look at the NIL today, and these players making a lot of money. Should it be written up in their NIL contracts that, hey, if you don't play in the bowl game, you're not going to get a percentage of this money or something? Do you think it's going to have to come to something like that?
Well, I think each year as we move on, there's going to be modifications. There has to be, because let's be honest. It's people that are putting up their money are going to want some type of return on interest. But this is a Wild West show in its second year of NIL, and you have a lot of teams that have been desperate and threw a lot of money out there. But yeah, the reins are going to be pulled in, and there's going to be some type of language because, hey, it's a business. I mean, this is a better free agent market than the NFL, because you're a free agent. You can be a free agent for a year and then move on. But there's going to have to be some type of modifications to protect ROI and to get the players to play in the games that matter, especially now that we're going to be moving into a 12-team playoff, because there's a lot of money for the schools to be made, a lot of money for the television partners to make. So yes, there will be some, but it's going to be a delicate give and take, because if you put too many restrictions or clauses in there, well, okay, I've got 5 other schools that want my services. They're not going to have that language. So it's interesting on how that's going to develop. It'll be interesting to watch that in the future.
Yeah, I agree. So I'm gonna let the chat know. I'll let you know as well. So Golden Blue Dude has dropped out. Golden Blue Dude, his sugar dropped. Everybody knows he has Crohn's disease and things, and so he has some health problems, and his sugar dropped on him. So I'm gonna try to finish this live stream up with you, but we probably were just gonna go for about another 15 minutes.
Sure.
Mainly because I don't have any internet. I don't have my good internet till Tuesday, so I'm just on a cell phone with cell phone reception. I could be knocked off at any minute, and we lose this stream. So just letting everybody know, if we drop suddenly, that could be just my internet that dropped us, and it will probably leave LBC on until I get back. But just letting you know in case it does not.
All right. I hope Golden Blue Dude is gets better. I pass along my words for better health for him, and I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he gets better.
Yeah. He should be fine. I'm hoping he's had that poor man's had COVID like 3 times, and then if anybody walks by him and sneezes or coughs, he'll be sick for 3 days after that. I mean, he cannot. His immune system is really down. So, and with all this going around right now, there's stomach bugs, there's viruses, there's colds, flus.
Yeah.
I mean, he just everything's getting a hold of it, and so I feel bad for him. So I don't have my Pac-12 sheets in front of me. Like I say, I'm on my phone, so I don't know the bowl game rundown in the Pac-12. So let's say Washington State and Oregon and Oregon State. I know Oregon State is a good team all year long. Who are they playing in a bowl?
Yeah, so let's start off with them. The Oregon State is playing the Las Vegas Bowl, which I believe is next Saturday. Yes, the 17th. It's coming up, and they're going to be facing off against 6-6 Florida from the SEC. Oregon State's 9-3. I believe that game is kicking off at 11:30 a.m. Pacific Coast time, 2:30 East Coast time, and Oregon State doesn't get a lot of opportunity to play games on the national stage. They have some limited opportunity. When they played USC, it was on the Pac-12 network, but they were featured against the Ducks the last game of the season in the Civil War, and that was a game on ABC, and everybody saw Oregon State come back. They had a pretty good rating on that too. I think they had 3.5 million viewers, which is a good number for Oregon State. And they are a well-coached team by Jonathan Smith. People don't know Jonathan Smith. He played quarterback in the early 90s for Oregon State, and he's, I believe, just completed his 5th year. And so he came back to his alma mater, and he's had chances to go and interview for other jobs, but he has not. He just got a contract extension, and he was the Pac-12 Coach of the Year along with Kalen DeBoer at the University of Washington. So Oregon State is a defensive-minded team. They changed quarterbacks out in their 5th game when they were playing Utah at Reser Stadium, and they went with Ben Gulbranson. Chance Nolan didn't have a good game against USC in their 4th game where USC won 17-14. He had 4 picks, and I think he threw 2 picks the following game against Utah, and they pulled him. And Ben Gulbranson, he's a serviceable quarterback. He's like a game manager. Just don't mess it up because they rely heavily on their defense and their running game. And so Ben Gulbranson's thrown for 8 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. They have a featured freshman running back, freshman all Pac-12. I mean, actually, he was a freshman, Pac-12 freshman of the year, running back Damian Martinez, rushed for 970 yards, about 6 yards a clip, 7 TDs. And they have another running back, Jam Griffin. Jam Griffin's rushed for just under 500 yards, and that's kind of their running back duo. But they really rely on their defense. They have a stingy secondary, and they'll be up, ready to play for Florida. And this is one of those games we talked about, Joey. It's like, if on the flip side, Florida has no incentive, really. They could care less if they lose this bowl game, in my opinion, because really it's like a 10th ranked SEC team, 10th or 11th. They're 6-6. Florida's doesn't have a good year. Anthony Richardson is opted out. So it's great that Florida's going to get to come out to the West Coast because they don't travel very much for definitely for scheduled out of conference games. This is a bowl game. So basically you're told to go where you're going to go, and they have to go. I see the Beavers putting up a double-digit win on Florida. Next game, I think the same day on the 17th, you're going to have Washington State against Fresno State in the Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl at SoFi Stadium, and you have Washington State 7-5 versus Fresno State, who's 8-4, and they won the Mountain West Conference, and that's going to be a great game. Jake Dickert coaching Washington State, coming off of a good year, and their quarterback by Cam Ward going against Jeff Tedford's Fresno State Bulldogs. And Jake Hayner was hurt in the USC game, which was the 2nd game of the season. He was out for a few games, but he's healthy now. He helped Fresno State, as I mentioned, win the Mountain West. So that's going to be a good quarterback duel. And Washington State does have a good defense. So that's a good matchup in the LA Bowl.
Yeah. Now, I don't think I'm coming through to you. Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. So one thing I was saying before was that Oregon State, me and one Scoob John streamed that Oregon game. Oregon State got there at the end of the game. There were some calls that didn't go their way. That the referee in Pac-12 is so bad. So I think it's going to depend on who the referees are from these games on some of these teams, because Pac-12 is the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah, and if it comes from a USC guy like myself, well, you guys are spoiled children, and you complain about everything. You know what? I've been watching Pac-12 football for so long. It's just, I think, and people like yourself, Joey, you start watching Pac-12 football and you see it. It's for real. It's like you don't even know because it's coming. And now that SC and UCLA are leaving the Pac-12, there's always kind of like that underlying, okay, what's the surprise hidden for us that we just don't know? And yeah, they make bad calls, and it's ridiculous. They've done nothing to correct it, and they'll probably continue to do nothing to correct it. But maybe now that the Pac-12 is getting better, they're going to have to do something. I don't know. But yeah, there's been a lot of bad calls in a number of Pac-12 games, and I get it. There's poor officiating everywhere in the SEC, Big 12, Big 10, ACC. I get it. It just seems like it happens more in the Pac-12.
Yeah, when it happens in other conferences, it's not a constant thing, and those conferences aren't calling the refs in for a meeting. They're not having to go and have a meeting with the commissioner and stuff
Right.
like they are in Pac-12. Pac-12 seems like every week a referee's going to the commissioner's office for a talk. So,
yeah, and again, crickets, they don't do anything.
let's touch on something else too, real quick.
Sure.
So USC and UCLA leaving the Pac-12 for the Big Ten, kind of a shock to everybody. And when it came out of the preseason, I remember because we was kind of getting slowed down as far as conference realignment and stuff. My wife and I planned on taking a little mini vacation. We pack our suitcases. We're at the door, and my phone goes off and says USC and UCLA leaving for the Big Ten. And so my vacation was kind of ruined. But now, when are you guys leaving? Y'all are committed for 2025. Am I correct?
No, we leave in 2024. So next year, 2023 will be the last season.
Oh, okay. I was thinking I was going in 25. Okay.
Texas and Oklahoma are scheduled to go in 2025. We'll see if they go sooner, but they're the ones that are 2025.
What do you see happening to the Pac-12 once USC and UCLA leave? I mean, do you see them bringing in a San Diego State, Fresno State, maybe an SMU or a Rice or somebody? Or you see them trying to raid the Big 12? Or does the ACC go after some of the guys in the Pac-12 and the Big 12 go after guys in the Pac-12? Do you think the Pac-12 can survive without USC and UCLA?
That's a great question, Joey. And I don't have the answer. I have an opinion. I don't know if anybody has the answer right now. But, I think the Pac-12, once SC and UCLA leave, will leave at 10. Do I think they'll go and get anybody from the Big 12? No. Do I think they'll get anybody from the ACC? No, because the ACC has a grant of rights that's locked into 2036. They might make some arrangement where they have, out of conference games against the ACC to try to boost the marketability of both conferences. You could probably see something like that. But as far as picking up, let's say, an SMU or a San Diego State, I think it's definitely possible because they want to increase their footprint and their marketability. Now, Kleofkoff will tell you that, hey, this hiring of Dion Sanders is going to increase the valuation and of their future TV deal. It's hogwash. It is. But I think what the Pac-12, soon to be the Pac-10, is going to struggle with is TV windows. If you take a look at the SEC and the Big Ten, their TV partners and the windows that take the Big Ten, they're going to have a game on pretty much for 12 hours a day with their CBS, their NBC, and their Fox partners. So you're going to have limited visibility for the Pac-10. They're going to be late at night at 7:30, 10:30 East Coast time, and then they're going to have kind of their current setup with the Pac-12, their own Pac-12 network. Now, we don't know what's going to happen with their media deal. That's going to tell us a lot. Do they get somebody like a Netflix or an Apple as a streaming service who's going to provide another window, and they would have to compete strategically against other conferences? But that's going to be the telltale sign. And I think that's going to dictate what the Pac-10 will do from there. Do they go out and get a couple other schools? What's going on with this media rights deal? And let's see what George Kleofkoff can do for the conference.
Right. I agree. Well, we had Paul Catalina on earlier, and he agreed with you about Deion Sanders just not going to add value to the Pac-12 overall. Does he add value to Colorado? Absolutely. But it just doesn't help the Pac-12 any at all. So let's start winding this down, because, like I say, I'm afraid that I'm going to lose my service on the phone, and we're going to lose everything. But I wanted you to finish touching on any bowl games you haven't touched on the Pac-12, if you don't care, real quick, and give everybody a rundown of who's playing who and win if you know it all.
Yeah, so another bowl that's going to be happening. I don't have the exact date. I think it's the end of December, but it's the Alamo Bowl, which I like to call, it's University of Washington, and Texas. And I like to call it the 7-win Sark Bowl. As most of your viewers know, Sark used to be the head coach at the University of Washington before he went to USC, was fired, and then was hired after a stint, reviving his career with Nick Saban at Alabama. He's hired at Texas. Goes 5-7 in his first year, and I believe they are 8-4 this year. Sark is looking to do what he does. So you got Michael Penix Jr. and Cale DeBoer, 10-2. Michael Penix Jr., a lot of people are surprised, me being another one, why he wasn't invited to New York. He only led the country in passing yards. This guy was, played in the Big Ten at Indiana. It's not like people didn't know who he was. He passes for over 4,300 yards, 29 TDs, 7 interceptions, and he helped revive, much like USC, he revived University of Washington, a proud program, from a 4-8 season to 10-2, and they were in contention for a berth in the Pac-12 championship up until the last day of the season, of the regular season. So Michael Penix is going to be throwing the ball around. Should be a great matchup with Quinn Ewers playing in their home state. The game's in San Antonio. So this is one of those games where it looks like you have both quarterbacks. You're going to have Washington, who's hungry to make a statement. Texas has had a good year. They beat they were close to beating Alabama. They did beat I believe it was Kansas State by a touchdown. Is that correct, Joey? I think one of their wins. You're a Big 12 guy,
right? Yeah. Yes, it was.
So they everybody remembers what they did to Oklahoma, 49-0, and so they've had
everybody did that to Oklahoma though.
Yeah, there you go. So that's going to be a good matchup for the Pac-12. Obviously, you got the granddaddy of them all on January 2nd. You've got Penn State and Utah. Utah obviously beating USC twice. They're the Pac-12 champions. They got Cam Rising, an 18-year head coach, Kyle Whittingham. They've got a stingy defense by Morgan Stanley, their defensive coordinator. They feature a Jim Thorpe finalist in his name is escaping me right now, but it'll come hit me. But they've got a great secondary, and obviously Cam Rising and Dalton Kincaid, and they're going to go against Penn State. Now Penn State, depending on who you speak to, they don't have any top 25 wins. And what I mean by that is teams that are currently in the top 25. Doesn't matter if they were ranked when you play them the third week of the season. Depends on how you want to set your agenda. But, it's really what is the team ranked at the end of the year. They're 10-2. Their 2 losses coming to, obviously, Michigan and Ohio State. So we're going to get to see what Penn State's about. Last time they were in the Rose Bowl was 6 years ago. James Franklin, it was a classic game. Clay Helton, I can't even believe I mentioned that name, but Clay Helton and USC beat James Franklin. So this is Utah's chance. A lot of Utah smack out there, especially on Twitter, because Caleb won the Heisman. That oh wow, how isn't that great that Utah beat the Heisman twice? Well, now's your chance, Utah. You're no longer in the WAC, the Mountain West. You're in the Pac-12. Congratulations on your second trip to the Rose Bowl. You lost a close one to Ohio State. Now go win your first one against a team that didn't have any top 25 wins and is coached by James Franklin, who lost to Clay Helton. You're on the clock.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's a good point. I go back and remember, Utah. My preseason prediction was that Utah would probably win the Pac and possibly make the playoffs. I mean, I really did. And then they went to Florida and lost. I think that hurt their season. I think that hurt their season right there. I think that all them players were really high on being able to, run the table this year. They thought. Then they go in SEC country and lose a game. Now they're going to play a Big Ten team. So I agree with you. They better put on the big boy britches to play Penn State, because Penn State is liable to put it on.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Joey. You're a West Virginia fan. You're on the other side of the country. You're a Big 12 fan. And this is what Utah people don't understand. Okay. A lot of people around the country, they know USC, they respect USC. That's the only team they'll really care about in the Pac 12. And Utah doesn't know their place. And so we try to tell them their place, and then we're just spoiled children, right? We're at USC, hey, we beat you. They want us to be quiet. But if we try to explain college football history to you, Utah, you should listen. Because here's the thing. You're not even the best team in your own state. BYU's got claim to that. I mean, they got many more WAC and Mountain West champions than you. You have that little, war going on in your own
and
state.
then 84 national championship as well.
But if you look at the rest of the country, they don't respect you, Utah. Like you said, they go down to Florida, and they've got a returning Rose Bowl Pac-12 champion quarterback. And they got a great coach in Whittingham, and they basically choked that game. And so that's the last people remember about Utah. And Utah, if you want to be a big boy team that's recognized nationally, you got to play teams. Here's a list, Joey, of teams that they have never played before in their history. Let me rattle them off, because these are top 25 all-time teams. They've never played Auburn, Georgia, Arkansas, Michigan State, Virginia Tech, Clemson, Florida State, Miami, or Penn State. This will be the first time they ever play Penn State in Utah history. So you have a list that long of those teams that you've never played. That's why you don't get the respect that you clamor for.
Right. I think, and it goes back to something like those teams you just named. Virginia played in a bowl 15 or 16. I think West Virginia was 10-2. Utah was 10-2, I think. And Utah beat us. We had a lot of personality. They set out and they went in the NFL draft. They didn't take Utah serious. They really didn't. They looked down on Utah. Honestly, I believe that everybody did. We all overlooked Utah. Not that Utah was a great team or anything. It's just that we didn't show up to play. And
right,
that list you just named there tells me, well, right here, West Virginia's played every one of them teams. Not played every one of them teams, but beat every one of them teams. Utah's, and that's that you're right. That kind of hurts the program, because you're not ready for the big stage when they get there. So now they're going to the big stage to play Penn State. I just think Penn State's going to have too much fun.
Yeah, I think they're capable of winning that game, and just like anybody's capable of losing. And I'm sorry, I was just looking for it was bugging me. Clark Phillips III is their Jim Thorpe Award winning DB. But on paper, Utah should win this game with Cam Rising, Kyle Whittingham, and Dalton Kincaid and their defense. You're going against a Penn State team that their quarterback their own team doesn't have much confidence in him. And this is his last year. And so he's going to have to make plays. They're not as dynamic when they went 6 years ago. Their quarterback was, God, what was his name? Was it McSorley or, but that kid was just electric. And they had, the running back who's now with the Giants, Saquon Barkley. That guy was just ridiculous.
That was when they played West Virginia in the bowl. 2016, I think.
Okay, yeah. And so Utah on paper should win this game, but crazy things happen. But this is a game that, the spotlight's going to be on you. Everybody's going to be watching. Can you win your first ever Rose Bowl? This is their first ever Rose Bowl. And if you don't win it, that's unfortunate, because you don't know when you're going to get there next.
Well, they'll have a lot more chances when USC and UCLA are gone, I'm sure. But will they? I agree with you. Now, I think Penn State will win the game. I know you're saying that on paper Utah could beat them. Maybe on paper, I just think Penn State's got more talent, and so I'm going to have to pick Penn State in that game.
Okay.
Any other bowl game you want to talk about real quick?
Yeah, another fun bowl game that's going to be happening is it's the Holiday Bowl. You're going to have the Oregon Ducks and North Carolina Tar Heels. So it's going to be Lanning versus Mac Brown. Drake May, who reportedly is not going to hit the transfer portal. He's staying. He loves North Carolina. And you got Bo Nix. So is Bo Nix going to play in this game? Haven't heard that if he's going to declare for the NFL draft. There's a lot of speculation that he's coming back. Haven't seen any official announcements. Oregon has lost a lot of players to the transfer portal, including some running backs, receivers. But Oregon still has a lot of talent. This is going to be a shootout game. You're probably going to see the over-under in the 71 to 75 range. I don't know exactly what it is right now. But North Carolina doesn't play a lot of defense. And Oregon's secondary is definitely beatable. But two great quarterbacks. That should be a fun game. Holiday Bowl is always kind of a shootout anyhow. But that's going to be an exciting game. I think we went through – and then you got UCLA. UCLA is playing Pitt in the Sun Bowl. And if you're a Pac-12 team, a fan, getting awarded or relegated to the Sun Bowl in beautiful El Paso, Texas, is not – you don't know what's going to happen in that game because how motivated is a team to go play in El Paso?
Yeah.
And so it's like whenever the Pac-12 team goes there, you don't even know. It's Jekyll and Hyde. And but with Pitt, I think they'll be motivated. But who's going to quarterback for Pitt? Because I believe Keaton Slovis went into the transfer portal.
Yeah, he's out.
Pitt's a defensive-minded team. I think you know that from a backyard brawl. What's your take on that game?
I think UCLA beats Pitt by 2 scores.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know if DTR is going to opt out for the game for the NFL. That's something to be seen. But if DTR is playing, and same with Zach Charbonnet, again, their running back who's an NFL, he'll get drafted for the NFL. If those two guys play, it gives UCLA a better opportunity to win. But then again, where's their head? But UCLA didn't play in a bowl last year because of COVID. They bailed out with like 3 hours to go before kickoff. And I know they're still reveled and hated probably in North Carolina because North Carolina State was ready to play that game. But it's a statement for the Bruins. They need to go out there, and that'll help close deals in the transfer portal. They just this weekend had Dante Moore. He's a 5-star quarterback out of Detroit, Michigan, who's committed to Oregon. He's on an official visit at UCLA. So Chip Kelly, that's a huge move. They can pull a commit from Oregon to UCLA to replace DTR. That's going to cause some shockwaves in the Pac-12.
Yeah. Well, Rick, tell everybody where to find you at and stuff and shows that you've got going on. I know you do some shows over on Mark Rogers and things. Tell everybody how to find you and things like that.
Sure.
So they can.
So if you want to get some USC info, Pac-12 info, I'm on Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football. During the regular season, we have a Pac-12 show on Wednesday night, 7:30 Pacific, 10:30 Eastern. We actually have a show coming up this Wednesday. We'll be doing a bowl preview, breaking it down. And we're going to have John Jackson. John Jackson was a wide receiver at USC with Rodney Peete and Todd Marinovich. He was the team captain of their 1990 Rose Bowl team, beating Michigan in Bo Schembechler's last game. He's going to join us to review the Cotton Bowl, talk about the Heisman, and offseason for USC. And you can find me USC postgame. We just did a Heisman show yesterday, and we'll do something after the Cotton Bowl. I'm with Tony Altamore and Tim Prangley. You can follow me on Twitter at LBC Trojan, and send me your comments, questions. Be more than happy to give you some info on the Pac-12 and USC.
Now, Rick is a diehard college football fan, guys, and I'll tell you how you can know this. He got 5 minutes notice to be here. I mean, he came in here with 5 minutes notice, and he knows this stuff. Rick, I appreciate you coming in with us and everything, and especially on short notice like that. Appreciate your time. and stuff. I will tell the chat, thank you all for being here with us today. We had a 5-hour live stream for you. We've covered every conference now. Started off this morning with the Pac-12, and we didn't go top of the bottom. We don't think that the Pac-12 is at the bottom. I don't think that way. We just say we had to schedule it. But Rick, we appreciate you coming in, everybody in chat this today. And we're going to get out of here, guys. And Golden Dude should be with you tomorrow. If sometimes he's sick, we may not have a show tomorrow because I'm not going to be able to do a show from my phone like this. All right, guys. Y'all have a great day. Bye.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Hey, Rick, I appreciate you being here. Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Have a
We'll
great
see
day,
you.
and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.